Good evening, everyone. I'm sorry, Bien. I would like to call tonight's meeting of the Tacoma Park City Council to order. With the clerk, please call the roll.
Mayor Searcy,
Here.
Councilmember Fulcher,
Present.
Councilmember DeBala. Present. Councilmember Gibson,
Here.
Councilmember Siemens,
Present.
Councilmember Honzak,
Present.
Councilmember Small,
Yes, y'all.
Councilmember Small, can you do me a favor and test your mic one more time for me?
Yes, y'all.
Okay, we can hear you.
To the beach, y'all.
Thank you very
Yeah,
much.
People guaranteed to be like having a ball. I'm sorry.
Your mic is a little low, but we can hear you.
Noted.
Okay. All right. Well, good evening, everyone. Thank you for joining us this evening. Just as a point of order, the City Council met at 6:30 this evening on an administrative for an administrative session to discuss the city manager's evaluation. Tonight, on the agenda, we will have a voting session, the first reading ordinance approving FY25 budget amendment number 1. The council will vote to convene as the Stormwater Management Board. And then we will vote on the first reading ordinance approving the FY25 Stormwater budget amendment number 1. We then will have the first reading ordinance of the 2024 city election, as well as voting on the single reading ordinance authorizing a one-year contract extension with Rummel, Cowper, and Call LLC for civil and site engineering services. Tonight, we have 3 work sessions. The first is options for addressing restrictive covenants on Tacoma Park deeds, followed by an overview of code enforcement, and then lastly, housing policy discussion number 2, which is a continuation of a series of work sessions that we've had as a council, designed to address and come up with approaches to incentivize housing creation and quality. With that, I am going to see if, actually, I need to go through the upcoming agendas. All right, so on Wednesday, July the 31st, the City Council will have another administrative function session focused on the city manager's evaluation at 6:30. On Wednesday, July the 31st, our meeting will start at 7:30. We'll have a voting session. The first is a resolution on the prevention of nuclear war, Back from the Brink resolution. The second is a resolution regarding recommendations of the Sustainable Maryland Committee. Actually, that will be addressed or modified. The next is the FY26 budget policy resolution. We also have a single reading ordinance approving a contract with the city attorney, single reading ordinance approving a contract with the legislative advocate, second reading ordinance approving the FY25 budget number 2, second reading ordinance regarding the 2024 city election, and the resolution setting forth the dates for the city council summer recess. The council will be on recess from August the 7th through September the 4th. We will come back in September. So with that, I'm going to ask whether there are any public comments on voting items this evening. As a reminder, the voting items consist of the first reading ordinance approving the FY25 budget amendment number 1, first reading ordinance approving FY25 budget stormwater budget amendment number 1, first reading ordinance regarding the 2024 city election, and then the single reading ordinance authorizing a one-year contract extension. Are there any comments on voting items this evening? Okay. Do we have any virtual comments on voting items? Yeah. Wonderful. All right. So we're going to move on to general public comments this evening. Do we have any general public comments? Come on down. Hold on one second. Let me get your mic together. Okay, it seems like I need, oh, there we go. Okay, all right. Well, this, oh, nope, there it is. I do need a mouse pad. I'm just going to use this piece of paper. There you go. You're live.
Hello. Hi. Good evening. Hi. My name is Gabe Herrero. I am Director of Asset Management for Montgomery Housing Partnership. I'm here to comment on one of the items that are before the work session regarding the proposed Tacoma Housing Pilot Program. I want to begin by extending my gratitude to the mayor, city council members, city staff, and the community of Tacoma Park for everyone's unwavering commitment to the preserving and promoting of affordable housing in the city. Your dedication is crucial to addressing the housing needs of our residents, especially during these challenging times. While we appreciate the pilot proposal before you, we would like to share some comments. First, we strongly encourage the city of Tacoma to establish a by right pilot that mirrors that of Montgomery County. Montgomery County recently established a by right pilot for nonprofits who commit to affordable housing restrictions for at least 15 years. The pilot would continue beyond 15 years as long as the affordable housing restrictions are in place. Offering a by right pilot policy for affordable housing development owned by nonprofits is a critical step to ensuring the stability and competitiveness of the city's existing and future affordable housing infrastructure. By aligning the city's pilot program with that of the county, we can enhance Tacoma Park's ability to secure county, state, and federal grants, which are vital for the maintenance and development of affordable housing projects. This alignment will not only strengthen Tacoma Park's position in securing funding, but also demonstrates the city's commitment to addressing the affordable housing crisis. To the extent that you look to adopt the version of the proposal before you, I urge that the proposed pilot be implemented in a manner that does not phase out over time, but instead remains constant throughout the useful life of the developments. This stability is essential for the financial viability of affordable housing projects, as it allows more effective leveraging of other affordable housing resources. A consistent pilot policy will provide the necessary support to maintain the quality and affordability of these properties, ensuring they continue to serve the community's needs. As the pilot is proposed, the only mechanism to get the maximum pilot under the proposal where there's not a renovation is if 50% of the units are allowed are at or below 30% AMI. This requirement is overly burdensome and does not correlate to the benefit of the pilot. To write down the rent for 60% AMI unit to a 30% AMI unit for half of a 100-unit building would cost an affordable housing owner $380,000 per year, while the benefit of a 50% pilot would only amount to $25,000 per year. Again, this is why we feel that the pilot should be tied to more reasonable affordability requirements and reflect that of the county pilot. Lastly, we're concerned about the number of properties that we and others own in Tacoma Park that have existing pilots that will expire in the near future or have already expired. Given the COVID-19 pandemic, many affordable housing developments have endured a lot in terms of delinquencies, followed by severe inflation. And despite these challenges, nonprofits like MHP rose to the occasion to support our residents, helping them sign up for unemployment benefits and rental assistance, conducting food drives, providing job counseling, and even providing our own funding to support families in crisis. We strongly encourage the city to recognize the benefits that we have provided and allow for us to extend our pilots for properties that have existing pilots and for ones that expired in the last few years. Now more than ever, it is imperative that we provide robust support for existing affordable housing initiatives to mitigate these challenges and protect our most vulnerable residents.
Thank you.
Yeah, I know, I'm taking a lot of time. I've supplied my comments in full to your staff. I will circulate my information and would like to be included in discussing how to implement an effective pilot program for the city of Tacoma so we can build the housing that we need and support this critical infrastructure. Thanks again.
Thank you very much. Do we have any other general public comments this evening?
Good evening, all.
Thank you, David. And I think David has 5 minutes.
Thank you so much. My name is David Reed. Although I currently serve as president of the Long Branch Sligo Community Association in Ward 2, tonight I will offer my own questions and suggestions in hopes that, if answered, they can better inform my neighbors and the broader community here in Tacoma Park about the proposed housing tax structure. So first, I would like to ask staff to identify the geographic areas where they believe each of the 4 distinct programs will be implemented. New construction on the southern or northern parts of New Hampshire Avenue impacts would be very different from if the 200 new construction units were on Maple or Flower Avenue. It'd also be very helpful to learn where staff consider priority preservation and reinvestment opportunities. So please, in light of past experience, please do not repeat the county's mistake of refusing to share the geographic locations of anticipated new construction for the MMPA, even though that analysis was available very early in the MMPA process. Second, I believe that a more inclusive analysis of the fiscal impacts of these programs is required. I appreciate the projected fiscal analysis presented on page 16, and I understand that the data are, in large part, rough estimates. No? But how would these 4 programs intersect with the multifamily tax credit that was submitted earlier? Is the new rental construction tax credit one and the same as the MFTC? Or is it complementary or really quite different? Not clear, no? But more importantly, on whose shoulders would the burden of financing the 5 and other programs actually fall? As stated in Mr. Kohler's cover note, Housing and Community Development intends to continue current policy that requires property owners to finance these new affordable housing programs because, as he said, they'll incur lower upfront costs. Oh, well, good. But yes, our current taxation policy does provide housing opportunities for the needy. But they also, the new proposals that is, also provide financial gain for developers. Why are property taxes being used to benefit the developers? You all know all very well that 20% of the households in our city are already housing burdened and will not be able to shoulder higher taxes. And I can tell you that higher taxes significantly are affecting homeowners and public sentiment in the Long Branch, Sligo area. So how much higher will taxes be allowed to go before we witness an accelerated exodus of many more today's homeowners from our city? My third point is that I must note that the report is lacking any discussion of the impact of the Purple Line on Wards 5 and 6. There's no question that land speculation and rent increases are already following the progress of the Purple Line, and that speculation and rent hikes will intensify in coming years. Purple Line completion will significantly affect the property values and the demographics in those two wards. In fact, changes in land values that follow the Purple Line's arc across the southern part of our county will significantly influence home ownership, rents, and demographics well beyond Tacoma Park. So, for example, how will these 4 housing tax programs affect the large orange areas along University and New Hampshire avenues as indicated on page 4? In the context of intensifying land speculation. Further, how will residents or the city benefit from the 4 tax programs in those demarcated orange areas in wards 2, 3, and 6? My final comment is that I really think it is imperative that discussion about these programs with their fiscal and demographic impacts be organized among the public. And I ask you not to think that council members and city staff can organize effective, meaningful public education platforms alone. The staff-led events around the MMPA, while satisfying some, intensified public frustration without providing information sought by so many of us. So why not break with your standing traditions and actually work with community groups to set up these discussions, to reach out to neighborhoods that view the city's work with disinterest, if not disdain. And I can guarantee you that there are a number of organizations that are more than capable of working with city staff to organize such events. So to close, I note that HCD staff already anticipate presenting ordinances to the council on these proposals in September and October. And I strongly ask you that you not try to hasten approval of these proposals without robust public consultation and support. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Do we have any other general public comments this evening? Hello, Paul. How are you? You got a haircut.
Style by Melvin at Rollins.
Looks
Dressed
good.
to impress. And thanks to Melvin, by the way. Oh, excuse me. Paul Hubner, Ward 3. I'd like to address 2 issues tonight. The upcoming presentation from HCD and the broader issue raised during last week's council comments as to the city's tax policy, metrics, and who bears the burden. I want to thank the council and staff for pursuing the thorny issue of affordable housing and doing it in time for next year's budget. I want to endorse the proposals to incentivize, encourage, and even subsidize affordable housing preservation and investment in rent-controlled and deed-restricted multifamily buildings. I also think there is broad resident support to subsidize seniors and those with disabilities. But I'm a bit more skeptical about the about the broader resident involvement and the cost estimates, especially in light of historical and substantial cost overruns of capital projects, most recently for Brashears Run. That project saw a cost increase from $103,000 to $268,000. Yet HCD posits that under $1.3 million for a tax subsidy will suffice for a 20-year period of subsidies. Caution seems in order here. I also question exactly where these proposed developments will be granted, who will be the beneficiaries, and who will pay for them. There should be adequate analysis of the needed infrastructure, inevitable staff increases, and the effects on the environment and the quality of life for our current residents. Lastly, the council should keep a keen eye on maintaining a balanced approach to new and current residents and the many other council priorities, including racial equity. My second point about tax policy, metrics, and who bears the burden came up in last week's council comments. While it is true that the current rate of 55.12 cents per hundred was higher in some past years, that point astonishingly overlooks the fact that property taxes have been dramatically affected by increased assessments. Assessments have risen annually, and usually at an even greater rate than the cost of living. Housing values rose 6.5% last year alone, and combined with lending rates dramatically affect housing costs and tax burdens. I urge the council to do a broader and deeper dive into using the tax dollars of already burdened homeowners by considering only very targeted and well-defined projects. New larger building proposals that want city tax dollars should only be considered when they are greater than 15% of affordable units. We should increase support for our current residents and those in need. We should continue all rent stabilization. We should require a broader swath of public input and consider long and hard before giving away hard-earned tax dollars, and do so in a balanced and thoughtful way for all the stakeholders, especially the residents. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Do we have any other general public comments this evening?
Good evening. Jessica Landman, Ward 1. I'm here today to talk about something completely different. The rules in the city government for placement of signs and advertisements in the public right-of-way. Excuse me, I'm just getting over COVID. This issue has taken on a new degree of interest for me personally because I'm a candidate for city council, and so I've recently studied the rules closely. The city code on private sign placement in city rights-of-way, which are some of the most important places for election signs to go, are in section 11.04.060 of the code, for those of you who are interested. They provide that these signs must be dated and must be taken down after 14 days from the date of posting or after the date of the posted event, whichever comes first. We were told during our briefing about election procedures that those signs could be taken down and moved somewhere else, but they could also be taken down by somebody other than a city code enforcement person. Anyone, in effect, can take down those signs if they violate the 14-day rule. So this is my concern. Election signs are the largest expenditure for most city council candidates or the mayor, as I've come to learn. And having volunteers place signs is quite a lot of work, too. So having signs needing to be moved or redated after 14 days is a lot of work, and to what useful purpose? Last election season, there were complaints from several candidates that their signs were being removed from public places. And it would really be unfortunate if this rule were used as an excuse for improper removals of opponents' signs. But how could that be policed? And would that really be a useful use of the city's resources to try and enforce that one way or the other? I spoke with Mr. DeSpirito about this, and he informed me that the city enforcement staff is not going to be spending their limited resources on trying to enforce that. So I would propose that the city code be amended. Right now it says, authority for the posting of private signs expires 14 days from the date of posting or after the stated date of the advertised event, whichever occurs first. I would propose that that be amended to read, except that the authority for local election-related signs begins on the date when candidate registration opens and ends on election day. That's all you need to do to ensure that we can continue to see those signs until elections are over. The rationale is that the election season is brief and that it's allowing signs to remain in place for the period would make it affordable to run for office and would avoid generating the waste of making more signs than we need to, and it would protect political free speech. It would eliminate excuses for third parties removing opponents' signs, which is a source of friction in this community that we really don't need. So I think it would be great if you could revise the code. It's probably a little late for this election season, but maybe a temporary fix would be a waiver from the city or a decision to announce that you're not going to take any actions of enforcement and you are urging candidates to respect one another's signs. Thank you. I would love to hear what council members and the city thinks about that idea. Appreciate your time.
Thank you. Do we have any other general public comments this evening?
Good evening. I'm Jim Douglas, also from Ward 1. Last September, you received a very nice presentation from the county planning staff about their mapping segregation project. And as you recall, that project focused at the subdivision level about where racial covenants occur in the down county part of Montgomery County. Building on that work, I, working with Historic Tacoma, subsequently looked at Tacoma Park in greater detail and have identified over 1,100 covenants or 1,100 properties with covenants on them in over 20 subdivisions in every ward except Ward 4 in the city. These are throughout every ward, particularly in the eastern and northern part of our town. Subsequent to identifying where these are, I identified each property, property by property, identified the covenant, the actual covenant, downloaded the covenant, and went through a process of annotating each one to remove the offensive language in accordance with state and county provisions. Historic Tacoma subsequently prepared a detailed guide for property owners to use in requesting removal of racial covenants from their properties. We've conducted workshops, met with individual citizens, met with citizens associations, and so on to help explain this process. I bring to your attention that the city also has the authority to go through this same process that individuals can go through. Legislation enacted by the state a year ago, supported and advocated by this community, by this council, allows the city of Tacoma Park to go through exactly the same simple process to request removal of these racial covenants. Not provided in your packet tonight is the direction on how to do that. I'm happy to sit down with any number of you and explain and walk through in detail. It's a very simple process, 2 simple forms to submit. The heavy lifting has already been done by Historic Tacoma. We have identified each and every covenant in this city. We have identified what needs to be done to remove them, and I encourage you in your discussion this evening, and you're looking at options, to not take the easy route and simply say this is a good idea, let people do what they want to do, but in fact, take advantage of the authority that you sought with the state legislature and actually take action as a city to remove racial covenants from 1,100 plus properties in this community. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Do we have any other general public comments this evening?
She'll wait for you. She'll wait for you.
Arthur David Olson, Ward 4, Herbie Hancock Avenue. By way of full disclosure, Montgomery County identifies me as very low income and rent burdened. Thus the wardrobe and my interest in personal finance, which extends to my interest in city finance. The council is considering housing policy and balancing among choice, quality, and stability. In my situation, choice is unimportant. No matter how much missing middle housing is built, I won't be able to afford it. And quality is unimportant. If the latest all-electric, energy-efficient equipment is installed in my apartment, I still won't be able to run the air conditioner. What does matter is stability. Rent that doesn't rise at a rate faster than my retirement payment, and an apartment that won't disappear out from under me. I know that my priorities aren't true of folks who are financially better off than me. And I also know that they are even truer of folks who are financially worse off than me. I hope the council will keep the city's housing policy well skewed towards stability. I hope you will focus the city's efforts on those who can use the help the most. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Do we have any other general public comments this evening? Okay. Do we have any public comments, virtual public comments? Okay, great. We're going to move on to council comments this evening. Do we have any council comments? Councilmember Small, was that you?
It was.
All right, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Mayor. I don't know if anybody can actually see me if I am on the screen. I'm in Huntsville, Alabama, at a family reunion, and will be off camera for most of the time, trying to sort through the numbers of family members are going to be coming through this location. But I did want to say a couple of things about policy or positions that have been articulated here. The first one about the signs. I think that if you read the statute as it is, if you put up a sign and it's up until election day, it is in compliance with the sign rules, and so I wouldn't worry very much about that. If you are in a race where you got people stealing signs from you, that is a whole other can of worms. And I don't know what to tell anyone who would be in such acrimony. With regard to restrictive covenants, I do think it's important to reframe or restate just a little bit, because the crux of the issue here is the legislation that was provided by the state on this issue. I was proud to have testified in favor of it. And for a long time, we have been looking for an answer as to how to get this done as a city. I think it is important for everyone to know that we fully have a staff and council who is completely interested in removing all restrictive covenants from this city and eliminating the vestige and stain of the common law that came with the crown to this wonderful abode. I do think when we talk about these things, though, I guess I'm sort of thinking about the irony of the modern landscape of politics again, because this reminds me of kind of discussing the DEI hire. But one of the things that I hope has been abundantly clear to everyone here in the time in which we have been here is that myself and the mayor are nobody's DEI hires. We're exceedingly capable people who would like to end the vestiges of racism associated with this place. And oftentimes when we have these conversations about community and involving community and decision-making processes, we run right up against the notion that the representative government that we have elected for ourselves is somehow inferior to the people who have elected it. And that always makes me nervous. And so I always don't mean to come across as a tone policer, but I do think that there's some intent in the manner in which people say some things about stuff that I would like to eliminate before we go into a campaign cycle, because I think our mayor has done a fantastic job in her black job, and I think I have done a fantastic job in mine. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Small. Councilmember Gibson?
Thank you, Mayor. First of all, can you hear me? Am I being heard?
Yes, we can hear you.
Oh, good. I want to give appreciation and thanks to the speakers, the commenters tonight, the public speakers. In particular, well, let me just go through a few of them. With regard to signs, having, I just would like to say I agree with Jessica that it would be helpful if we didn't have to worry about if people who are candidates didn't have to worry about 14-day notice. If you want to play by the rules, there are some people that want to play by the rules, and I think it would be helpful if playing by the rules would allow for a reasonably longer period of time for the campaign signs to be out for this specific purpose. Briefly, I want to thank my fellow council member Jason with regard to the covenants and his clarification on that. I think that, as he said, both the city staff and the council are fully supportive of that. And I thank Mr. Douglas for his and Historic Tacoma's work on that process. I fully support it. The other items that were discussed by Mr. Reed and Mr. Huebner with regard to our housing policy, I want to associate myself with those comments. I just will outline a few quick comments that I had gotten together beforehand. First, I think we have a question of adequate data. The staff has done an incredible job of looking at some pretty complicated issues, and I thank them for that. But I'm not sure that we have adequate data in terms of our conditions, trends, really where our gaps are, and relevant documented models of successful policies. And then in terms of potential benefits, I think we also need to make a list or categorize potential liabilities or trade-offs for each one of the proposed proposals, the four proposed by the staff. Thirdly, I just want to suggest that the short and long-term costs need to be looked at and who pays for them. Is it equitable to have current residents subsidize new and possibly more affluent residents at market rate eligible, as well as developers? 4.4, I question the urgency to push forward on this, and I would agree with Mr. Reed that a robust public debate on the broader housing priorities, not just these four proposals, needs to take place to align with residents' financial tolerances and ethical preferences. Thank you.
Thank you. Oh, wait a minute. Mics are going crazy. Hold on one second. Okay, I'm back. All right. Thank you, Councilmember Gibson. Councilmember DeBala.
Just keep moving the mic around. Thank you. I'm going to hold my comments on the topics on the agenda for that portion of the agenda. But I would like to ask the city manager for clarification about that section of election law, election code, just so we know where we are, and then we can see about revising it, because I've heard two different things already.
Sure.
And I have a third interpretation, so let's get that clear.
Okay.
Thank you.
Well, this issue first came to my attention, I believe today, so I haven't.
Oh, I didn't mean right now.
Yeah, we will get back with you. Jesse and I will confer if need be, our city attorney, Skip, in terms of interpretation, and we'll share information with the mayor council and make it publicly available for your use.
Great, thank you. I wanted to thank city staff and especially low impact development company for the really interesting presentation the other night. I look forward to the posting of the final report. Is it up yet? Okay, so the final report that was referred to, that was talked about in the meeting last week, is now up online. In addition to the video and the video and the slides for the presentation last week. So this is a great time for anybody in Ward 2 or anywhere else to be taking a look at the maps and the projects and letting us know what you think. I understand there's going to be a stop sign at Garland and Davis in the next few weeks, and I look forward to that. And lastly, I went to the Metropolitan Council of Governments Climate and Energy meeting today. There were two things that I think got my attention. One was a series of presentations on the impacts of changes in weather on city infrastructure and city services, which was just really interesting. You know, everything from more potholes to a whole bunch of things. And it addressed a question that Councilmember Gibson brought up a while ago about the impact of additional hot weather or additional cold weather, I guess in his case, on some of this, on sidewalks and some of the construction work. So I'll get that around to everybody. And then the second thing is that the state of Maryland is part of two EPA climate grants. They're big ones. The first one is, and they don't affect us immediately at the local level, but it's worth noting, EV infrastructure along I-95, not just for cars, but also for heavy-duty vehicles and trucks. So from New York to here, that's great. And a program to look at natural solutions to reduce greenhouse gas emissions. And so as that trickles down, there may turn out to be some funding available at the local level through the state of Maryland for those natural solutions like trees and so forth. And that's it for me. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councilmember DeBala. Councilmember Honzak?
Thank you. I just want to say thank you, first of all, to those who came out. I think this is the first time in a year and a half that I've leaned over to my colleague and said, remind me again, we're not supposed to interrupt people and ask questions. I had a number of questions for several people who came up to speak, so I appreciate the depth and breadth of the comments tonight. And then I would like to say soundly that I hope all candidates who run in the upcoming election will state very publicly and loudly that they will not condone the removal of any other candidate's signs. That was a very ugly part of the last election, and I really, really hope that that will not happen again. I'm sure everyone up here agrees, and many of you out there also. I would like to say thank you to a few shout outs. Thank you to the Housing Department and our code enforcement. I understand that 4 years and counting, the elevators at 636 Houston have been out. Some of you may remember that I had heard about this in a very odd way from a resident who lived in that building. As you might imagine, that is not a good situation. All through COVID, people were living apparently without an elevator, but our inspectors have been working really, really hard. Kudos to our housing department and our code enforcement staff for making that happen. Thank you very much. Those folks are probably afraid to speak up, and it really matters that you work so hard on their behalf. Thank you also to Public Works for installing a new sign. It's a small but mighty achievement. It's been faded and out. It's one of the only signs that says Tacoma Park on it at the very north end of our city, and it's beautiful and bright and shiny. Thank you for doing that. I see Director Braithwaite back there. Thank you. And just a quick announcement, this Friday, July 26th, I said this last week too, from 7 to 10 p.m., picture show in pupusas up at Flower Urban Park. They'll be showing Jurassic Park. And also at the Flower Urban Park on August 1st from 6 to 8, there will be free live music, which is part of the summer concert series offered by Montgomery Parks. Hope to see you out there.
Thank you, Councilmember Honzak. Councilmember Fulcher?
Thank you, Mayor. So tomorrow, along with Councilmember DeBala, I'll be going to the RISE ceremony, the ending of their ceremony. And it's been a really nice time with our 4 students. Today we went and did some voter registration over at the Tacoma Park Langley Crossroads, where I always am personally welcomed by Omar whenever I'm in that space, and I really appreciate that. And lots of people came over to ask us about what we were doing. You do hear from a lot of people attending that farmers market that are here, that are non-citizens, that they use the word miedo. They're saying they're scared to vote, which I think that Jesse has some information that we'll be able to hear about later about reasons why that might not be as much of an issue now because of some changes made as far as things that people have to swear to when they're coming to this country in a more permanent way. I was disappointed to miss the ribbon cuttings last week, a lot of which are in Ward 1 for new businesses that were opening. I was with my RISE students because that's what they wanted to go and do. We went to one of the alcohol licensure hearings for a liquor store that will be opening. Ward 1, we only have one standalone liquor store, and it's not actually in Ward 1. It's actually on the DC side of our Old Tacoma Business Association. But it was inspiring to my students to go to that and to lose that battle. They said that they were very excited to go home and learn everything that they could about alcohol licensing and how to fight another day. So that was really great. Looking forward to next week, meeting with Senator Will Smith, State Senator Will Smith. We will probably talk about SHA a lot, as Tacoma Park council members do, and looking forward to spending that time with him. So thank you. That's all I have to say.
So thank you, Councilmember Fulcher. Yes, the ribbon cuttings were amazing. We have so many awesome new restaurants and new businesses. We have a new music studio. There's, of course, the new burrito spot, and I'm blanking on the name, but it has no name. Sampancha. Man, I've never ordered food and the line was so long that I was grateful that one of the people behind the counter recognized me, and I never get that. She's like, oh. It's like, did you order? I was like, I did a long time ago. But they were just that full in terms of the patrons coming in. And so it's great. I also got pizza from Red Hound. Amazing. They have amazing soft serve. So I really, really, really want to encourage people to eat local, enjoy some of the great food that we have here in the city. And also I would be remiss if I did not shout out the Crossroads Farmers Market on Wednesdays, which is an amazing place to get pupusas on a Wednesday. So if you're a pupusa lover, go to the Crossroads Farmers Market on a Wednesday. I do want to talk a little bit about the signs. I definitely look forward to feedback that we get from the city manager on this, as well as the city clerk. I will say that SHA is no, SHA will take your signs out. So if you have your signs in the right of way and SHA has to mow, your signs are gone. I learned that the hard way. So if just as a little piece of advice for folks that are running, if you're putting your signs in the public right of way that are actually SHA, you will start to notice a trend of your signs going bye-bye once the grass is mowed. So just a tip for those, because I've lost a many. The COG retreat. I had a chance to go to the COG retreat this weekend. It was great. We talked about economic development, transportation, and crime. It was really useful to think about these issues from a regional perspective because it impacts us all. And so appreciate the COG Executive Board for putting together a wonderful retreat this weekend. And with that, I think those are all of the comments I have this evening, and I will turn things over to our city manager.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, members of council, and our guests. From the city clerk's office, the city council is recruiting for the fiscal year 24-25 Youth Council. The Youth Council was formed by the city council to encourage youth participation in local government. 9 members are appointed annually. The Youth Council does a number of things. It informs the city council and staff about the needs and interests of young people in the community. It organizes events and service projects. It provides leadership opportunities for youth. It promotes community pride, and it encourages youth civic engagement. Youth Council members must be Tacoma Park residents in grades 7 through 12. They serve for 1 year, but are eligible to apply for reappointment. Members must attend meetings regularly, maintain at least a 2.5 grade point average, and set a positive example for youth in the community. Youth Council members are eligible for SSL hours or stipends. The City Council will make appointments to the Youth Council in September. If interested, apply by Friday, August 16th. A link to the application will be included in the posted city manager comments tomorrow at the city website. From Housing and Community Development, many thanks to the Old Tacoma Business Association and several of our elected officials who joined our Housing and Community Development Office and the City Manager's Office in welcoming 6 businesses to the Old Tacoma Commercial Corridor last Thursday, July 18th. Of the businesses, 3 are recipients of Tacoma Park Small Business Support Grants in the past year. Housing and Community Development would specifically like to thank our communications department, including Donna Wright, who created business certificates, and Eric Bond, who took photos at the event. The 6 new or relocated businesses are MUI 2, Tacoma Music School, Red Hound Pizza, San Pancho, Cielo Rojo, and Tacoma Bicycle. Best wishes to all of those businesses. From the Police Department, save the date. National Night Out is Tuesday, August 6th from 6 p.m. to 9 p.m. at the Piney Branch Elementary School at 7510 Maple Avenue. There will be food, games, and bounce houses, a dunk tank, music, Maryland National Park police horses, and police vehicles on display. Be sure to stop by and get to know your local police department. The Back to School Backpack Donation Drive has begun. From July 15th through August 16th, bring your donation of new school supplies to the donation box in the Police Department lobby at 7500 Maple Avenue. Items needed include binders, loose leaf paper, scissors, pencils, pens, tissues, glue sticks, and much more. Help us make the first day of school exciting for all of our students. And don't forget the Montgomery County Tax-Free Week is August 11th through August 17th. Check out the city's website for a complete list of needed items. And finally, from the city manager's office, a staff shout out from the Housing and Community Development Department. HCD would like to thank Assistant City Clerk Irma Novarti for going above and beyond to assist the department with posting information for both our work sessions this evening. Thank you, Irma, for working with our team to ensure that residents get good information on council items. That concludes my report this evening. Happy to answer any questions.
Thank you very much. Councilmember Siemens?
Yes, thank you. I'm glad to hear that the National Night Out is coming up, and excited to hear that there's a dunk tank this year, and I'm just wondering if the city manager is going to be participating in that program.
It won't be the first time I've gone down in a blaze of glory, so we'll have to see.
And Mayor, I just wanted to check with you, and then that'll be it.
Of getting in a dunk tank?
Yeah.
Me?
It's just right back at you.
Oh. Terry, I mean,
Together.
we could do it together. Awesome. Well, while we play rock, paper, scissors in terms of who's going to actually get in the dunk tank during National Night Out, we will move forward with the agenda this evening and move into our voting session. The first item is the first reading ordinance approving the FY25 budget amendment number 1. Would someone like to move?
So
Thank you,
moved.
Councilmember DeBala. Councilmember Small seconded. Are there any points of discussion? No? All right. Given that we have a couple of council members that are virtual, would the clerk please call the roll?
Councilmember Fulcher.
Aye.
Councilmember DeBala.
Yes.
Councilmember Gibson.
Yes.
Councilmember Siemens.
Aye.
Councilmember Honzak.
Yes.
Councilmember Small.
Aye.
Mayor Searcy.
Aye. Okay, we're going to vote to convene as the Stormwater Management Board.
So moved.
Thank you, Councilmember Small. Do I have a second?
Second.
Thank you, Councilmember Honzak. I guess we still need to do the vote to convene in the stormwater. Do we need to do that as a?
Oh, why not?
Oh, okay.
Council-
Would the clerk please call the roll?
Councilmember Fulcher. Councilmember DeBala.
Yes.
Councilmember Gibson.
Yes.
Councilmember Siemens.
Aye.
Councilmember Honzak.
Yes.
Councilmember Small.
Aye.
Mayor Searcy.
Aye. Okay, we are now the Stormwater Management Board. The first item is the first reading ordinance approving the FY25 budget amendment number 1. Do I have someone wants to move that?
So moved.
Thank you, Councilmember Fulcher. Do I have a second?
Second.
Thank you, Councilmember Honzak. Would the clerk please call the roll?
Councilmember Fulcher.
Yes.
Councilmember DeBala.
Yes.
Councilmember Gibson.
Yes.
Councilmember Siemens.
Aye.
Councilmember Honzak.
Yes.
Councilmember Small.
Aye.
Mayor Searcy.
Aye. Okay, the next is the first reading ordinance regarding the 2024 city election. Would someone like to move it?
So moved.
Thank you,
Second.
Councilmember DeBala. Councilmember Fulcher, I heard you first as a second. Are there any points of discussion for this item? Nope. All right,
I did have one question,
okay.
but it's going to take me a minute to find it. Hang on. It was just a question for the city clerk, clarifying the line 53, the ballot will be mailed to every qualified registered voter. Great. And then the question is, registered by when? By the time you, by a certain date or by the day that you
It's hard to give an exact date, but
Okay.
we will get, when we get our list from Montgomery County, it'll be quite a while before the actual voter deadline. So I would say if people are registered really 45 days before the election, they'll get a ballot. If later than that, they may or may not. But people can come here to vote on Election Day or can come in the weeks before the election to make sure they're registered and pick up a ballot.
so if someone doesn't get one in the mail, they can come in and get a ballot.
Yes.
Okay. Thank you.
Councilmember Honzak?
Yeah, I, as I read this also, and if you could just maybe clarify for the public, you can also, is it correct that you can also come in and register to vote on the day of elections for the city elections?
That is
That
quite
seemed
right.
quite clear in here. Okay.
Yes, for the city
you.
election, register and vote on the same day is adoption.
Okay, thank you.
All right. Seeing no more questions or,
I'm sorry, one more.
all right,
So-
Councilmember DeBala.
So election workers, there's a interest in having additional election workers, and they would be paid as if they were Montgomery County election workers?
That's correct. We'll
Yeah.
match the Montgomery County payment schedule.
Everybody hear that? You can get paid.
Oh,
Be an election worker. Thank you.
All right, seeing no more lights, would the clerk please call the roll?
Councilmember Fulcher?
Yes.
Councilmember DeBala?
Yes.
Councilmember Gibson?
Yes.
Councilmember Siemens?
Aye.
Councilmember Honzak?
Yes.
Councilmember Small?
Aye.
Mayor Searcy?
Aye. And the next item for the voting session is a single reading ordinance authorizing a one-year contract extension with Rummel, Cowper, and Kahn LLC for civil and site engineering services.
So
Would someone
moved.
like to move it? Thank you, Councilmember Small. Do I have a second?
Second.
Thank you, Councilmember Fulcher. All right. Are there any questions or points of discussion on this item? Okay. Seeing none, would the clerk please call the roll?
Councilmember Fulcher?
Yes.
Councilmember DeBala?
Yes.
Councilmember Gibson?
Yes.
Councilmember Siemens?
Aye.
Councilmember Honzak?
Yes.
Councilmember Small?
Aye.
And Mayor Searcy?
Aye. Okay, we're going to move into our work session this evening. If folks just want to do a quick check to see if we need to do a 5 to 10 minute break. Okay, we can do it
You
after
do
the
a
first.
5-minute break. I can hug my cousin that just got here.
Well, maybe we can, let's get through restricted covenants first,
Okay.
And then-
Sounds like a plan.
and then we'll take a
Then I
break.
can go hug people.
Excellent. All right. Excellent. And I can get the clicker. Wow, I feel very powerful. All right. So tonight, because I think we've received a couple of presentations on this matter, and thank you so much, Jim, for your advocacy. I've sat in on lots of your training, so I will actually be walking the council through this particular topic. Let's make sure. All right. So just as a reminder for folks who weren't a part of some of the presentations or weren't aware of the presentations that this council has received before, when we're talking about racial restricted covenants, In many cases, what they do is prohibit the sale, rent, lease, or occupation to particular groups of people. And enforcement is required the affected parties to take individuals to court, and they were ruled unenforceable by the Supreme Court in 1948. So although this language, this antiquated language, is in a number of deeds, they're not enforceable, but in many instances they're still there. Individuals could write them into land records until the passage of the Fair Housing Act in 1968. So as part of the MMPA, the council received a presentation on September the 27th of 2023 from the Montgomery County Countywide Planning and Policy Division. And so what they did was they presented to us on the mapping segregation project that they were conducting. And what they did was they took a sample of deeds, and they're doing this across the county. They took a sample of deeds and they looked at whether or not there were racial covenants within them. And what they found based on the sample that they reviewed was about 16% of the deeds that they reviewed did have racial covenants in them. And it was about 2% that came up as having possible language within them. Keeping in mind that this language could be within the deed itself, the language could also be as part of like homeowners association, neighborhood association bylaws as well. So it was mentioned earlier today that there was state legislation that passed last year that Councilmember Small advocated in support of, that allowed for the removal of these restricted covenants. Now, I'm gonna kind of walk people through the legislation because I think it's really important for us to understand as a city what our abilities are to remove this language within deeds and what the process is for us to do so. And my hope is that as we walk through this, it'll give us a chance to be able to firmly make a decision and direct staff to move forward with the necessary steps to remove this language. So in the law, it allows now for municipalities or a county within their authorities to remove the language that has the racial restricted covenants that are within deeds. But it is subject to certain notice requirements, providing that the persons with an ownership interest in the property that is subject to an unlawfully restricted covenant may decline action by a county or municipality to execute and record a restricted covenant modification. So it's important to note that in order for a city or a county to use its new authority to issue something citywide or countywide, we have to provide notice and we have to provide the property owners with an opportunity to decline the modification to their deed. Now, when we're talking a little bit more about when the county or the municipality can execute and record a restricted covenant modification to an unlawfully restricted covenant, it has to be a property that's within our boundaries. And at least 30 days before executing and recording the modification, the city would have to provide written notice per the statute. And I'll get into a little bit more detail in terms of what that notice needs to include. The notice must be provided to all persons with a ownership interest in the property, right? And that's important. That's an important distinction to make because we may have people who are renting homes right now, but they don't have the ownership responsibility or rights to the property. So we would have to make sure that we are contacting and providing the notice to the property owners or persons with the ownership interest. And then a person with an ownership interest in the property may decline to have the restricted covenant modification executed and recorded by the county or municipality, and they have to notify the city within 30 days after the date of the notice. So 30 days before we want to make the modification, we have to send a notification out, and there are lots of rules in terms of, and I'll walk through that on the next slide, in terms of what that notice needs to entail. We have to make sure that we're sending that notice to the persons with an ownership interest. And then they have up to 30 days after that notice is received to notify the city that they don't want us to change their deed. Okay? All right. So the law actually goes in grave detail around what the requirements are in terms of how that notification is sent, what needs to be included and kind of how we need to go about it. So the notice needs to be sent by first-class mail. We need to provide information on how a person with an ownership interest in the property may decline. So we need to clearly tell them how they need to notify the city if they don't want us to change their deed. Also, you will need a complete copy of the original instrument containing the unlawfully restrictive covenant with the language of the unlawfully restricted covenant stricken, right? So you need to let them know what you're trying to change in terms of their deed. And then there's also notification that there needs to be a complete restricted covenant modification intake sheet on the form that, in our case, is the county provides us. So here's on the, I guess this is on the left-hand side, I just kind of clipped some of the language from the intake sheet that the county has when you're trying to submit one of these modifications. And you'll see down at the bottom where it kind of says this document is being recorded by the undersigned owners, right? So the owners can do it. But then there's language that says, or this document is being recorded by a county or municipality and, right? And so for that piece, we would have to say the property is within our boundaries. And again, there's that little box that says 30 days prior to executing the recording, the restricted covenant, that we've provided the written notice as defined and executed in the law, right? And then we would need to have a signature of an official agent of the city and their title to sign off on it. Now, the restrictive covenant modification intake sheet, as described in the law, shall be signed by the record owner of the property, or in the case of someone like the city, be accompanied by, I should say this, in the case of a nonprofit entity, which we would fall under, be accompanied by a statement that the majority of the governing body of the nonprofit agreed to the restricted covenant modification. And this is a case where, and the only reason I'm mentioning this is the case where maybe you have an HOA or a homeowners association or neighborhood association that maybe wants to use their ability to remove this on behalf of the properties within their district or within their boundaries. They could do that as well. One of the things that you need to make sure you include in that intake form is reference the book and page and number of other places where the original instrument containing the unlawfully restricted covenant is recorded, and include any other information that the administrative office of the courts, which in our case would be Montgomery County, considers necessary in carrying out the requirements of the section, right? So I just did a lot of talking, but long story short, the law allows us to take a citywide approach to removing the restricted covenants. But what that means is we have to do the notice, we have to have all of the deeds that are impacted, do the strike-throughs for them. We need to give residents an opportunity to decline to have their deeds modified, right? And be able to keep track of all of those things. And then we need to make sure we are completing all of the intake forms for all of the properties that we can then send forward to the county. Are there any questions? I see Councilmember Small, I see your hand.
Thank you, Mayor. I just wanted to edify the presentation that you just made and how effective and specific it has been. There's been since the law passed, I have been advocating for us moving forward to do this with alacrity. And now that we are in a position to do so, I did want to say that as you look at this slide that says voluntary approach is slow, does the council want to take a city-led approach to the removal of racial restrictive covenant? And so I wanted to speak to that for just a second. I know that it's an interesting time in America and it's an interesting time to be in politics. But one of the things that has been consistent in the modern era of politics or progress is righting some past wrongs with regard to race and who has the right to be where. I have taken it upon myself to be a standard bearer and or lightning rod on some of these kinds of things. And I can't impress upon you more how amazed I was at the opportunity to take on an issue that I've been dealing with for 30 years because you learn about it in law school. I want to say that as a municipality that is known, and as a municipality that has an identity and a forward face that professes it to be progressive and forward thinking, the opportunity to be one of the first municipalities to take these out of the record, to articulate that it is important to us that we are no longer a place where restrictive covenants can be found, is important to me. In the same way that acknowledging the history of the Federal Housing Authority policies and the way in which we got to this environment that we live in is important to me. And I just want everyone to understand and move forward with the hope that it doesn't have to be this uncomfortable, and it doesn't have to be this unpleasant to deal with people who are different than you. You don't have to be afraid of me any more than you have to be afraid of the mayor, and nobody needs to be afraid of the city taking on restrictive covenants. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Councilmember Small. Councilmember DeBala?
Thank you. I do have a specific question about your slides. But first, let me say that I agree with Councilmember Small. We have the good fortune of having virtually all of the properties identified already, including the lot and the block and the subdivision, and whether it's in the deed or whether it's in the subdivision language. I mean, we have a lot of detail about this available to us, and I really appreciate the work that has gone in by volunteers to doing that. A lot of those are in Ward 2, and I hear from residents. I'm going to tell one story, that one elderly woman on New Hampshire Avenue who has owned her home for 40-ish years and is African American and, was part of Prince George's County when she bought the house, felt so strongly that even though she's housebound, she requested a house call to get that thing off her deed. And I thank the volunteers who went and did that for her. That's one by one. That's awfully slow. We've in Ward 2, there's been one workshop already organized by residents, and there's another one coming up in the Longbridge Sligo neighborhood, organized by the Neighborhood Association and myself. So we are trying to pick away at it neighborhood by neighborhood, also kind of slow, but it's a little faster. I envision at least an education role for the city. I envision that it would perhaps be possible to approach this neighborhood by neighborhood rather than all at once, doing batch letters by subdivision or by neighborhood, and having a plan as appears to be suggested on the slide for how that might go and how much staff time that might take, because it is staff intensive. We got that part loud and clear. And my question, and one other comment, I also know of no other examples of municipalities in the state, and I have asked at several organizations if anybody else is tackling this right now as a municipality. So this is cutting edge work. My question had to do with the mailing. Were you suggesting that the mailing has to include a filled out form with the deed and the subdivision and all that stuff? No, you weren't suggesting that. And it was just a copy of what is entailed, so that they know what it is we're going to do on their behalf if they agree.
Right.
Okay, thank you. Just checking on that, because that's a lot more work.
Yeah.
To get it done before, because out of 1,100 people, maybe not everybody's going to say yes.
And you got to get them, and you have to
gotta
give them
the
30
time,
days,
right?
right?
You give them the time to get right, and then you go to the filling out the intake form and
Right.
All right, I just wanted to clarify
And the big
that.
thing, the reason why the intake form is important is because you want to make sure that you
That they
have
know.
the information too that it requires to fill out the intake form. So you need to be able to reference where the deed is, right? So for the resident to opt in, you need to let them know what's in their deed and what you're planning to strike. For administrative purposes, there are things that we also need to know. So for example, the record owners of the property, you want to make sure that you get the sign off on, and Skip is, our city attorney is on the line. Like if you have two people who are owners of a property or multiple people, you know, you have to make sure that one person, like everyone, it reads in the statute that if you have an ownership interest in the property, you need to sign off on this. And so I think that that is something that is important for us to make sure in terms of being in compliance with the letter of the law, and making sure that we're ensuring that the city is not being held liable for modifying a deed without a homeowner's or someone with a stake in the property's permission to do so. There's a reason why there's just a lot of language in the statute itself, really around making sure that you get that signature or that buy-in from the people who have an ownership interest in the property. And Jim, I see you shaking your head. Skip, do you want to weigh in on that point?
I wanted to edify what you were saying first. I know that Skip's going to give the exact legal opinion here, but this is also one of the reasons why it's important for us to consider this as a staff-led or staff-run project, because there are going to be some needs of having some professional administrative efficiencies in order to make sure that each one of these mailings or filings comes back. And on the back end, if we end up with some that are improper, then that is far better a place, after having done a bunch of them that are, than being worried about whether or not we have done it at all.
Right. And so I do just want to, because I know that folks can't see us, is it okay if I take down the slides, or am I going to have to reference them with other questions? Councilmember DeBala, are you done?
I just wanted to point out that in the database, for example, one in my neighborhood, 443 Elm Ave, no, that's the folio. Elm Avenue, Carroll Farm, that's the subdivision. It shows the county, it shows the block, which lots, whether it's by, in this case by deed, not by declaration, the date that it was attached, and the page and the folio, which is all of this. So having it double check, having the resident give permission, and then as Council Member Small said, there's likely to be one or two that have to be looked at a little more closely once they come back. I think.
Yep. All right. So Councilmember DeBala, are you done? Okay.
That's what I said.
So Skip, I think that there was a question around, let's say you have 3 individuals that are recorded on a deed of a property. And we need to make sure that the record of owners, and on this form it is plural, do we need to have the sign off, because it reads in the statute more like you need to have the sign off of all individuals with an interest in the property, with how a person with an ownership interest can decline.
Yes, Mayor. Good evening, Mayor and Council. Thank you. Yes, the answer is anybody with an interest in the property would have to agree to the change in the deed.
Yep. And it says in the form itself, if you kind of look down at the bottom, first class mail to all persons, plural, with an ownership interest in the property.
And I apologize, Mayor, is that is identified in the online property records, correct?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
So
they'd
in
be
the,
the person on the deed. It's
Any person
whatever
on
the
the deed
name
would be
is on the
listed.
deed, with claim or otherwise. Those names, if it's in joint tenancy or tenancy in common, those are the people that we would have to contact.
I'm seeing some disagreement here.
Well, this is what it says. It's very clear in the law.
Yeah.
It is extremely clear in the law. And it is also extremely clear that it says all persons.
Right,
So,
that wasn't my question. My
yeah.
question is, where do you get the information? The information
It's
is
on your deed.
on your deed, which means it's in the property records online.
Right.
Yeah,
Councilmember
you don't
Stevens?
have a property interest in any property that's not on the deed unless you have a mortgage against it.
Correct. Councilmember Siemens?
Thank you, Mayor. I'm not surprised to hear, but I'm pleased to hear that there are no covenants in Ward 4. And I just ask as we go through this discussion, if the city manager has had a chance to provide an estimate on, cost estimate on what it would take. It's obviously going to take some clerical time, it's going to take some legal time. And I wonder if we, before we make a decision, if we have the information we need.
Nope. That's why we're asking for this council to give the direction, if we want this to be a city-led effort, that we're asking for the staff to provide us with an implementation plan, which would include estimates and whether or not there are contractors that are needed to do this and how much it would be in September.
So moved. So moved.
Councilmember Small, you haven't been acknowledged. Councilmember Siemens?
I just think before we can make that determination that we want it to be a city-led, we need to know what the costs are, what the estimate for the costs are.
Well, I will say that if it's not city-led, there is a liability to the city. In order for the city to use its authorities, we would have to sign off on this. And then that would mean, if we're not talking about city-led, then what we're saying is we're going down the volunteer approach. Because in order for the city to use and be able to record the modifications, the city would have to sign off on the intake forms for these, for the modifications. So I think that's the big difference. If we have a volunteer approach, then it is outreach to the residents, notifying them about their deed, trying to encourage them to sign off on this for themselves. But if the city wants to do this on others' behalf, the law kind of clearly outlines what we would need to do in order to do that. And Jim, I'll give you a chance to address the group after I get through the. All right. All right, Councilmember Small, I don't see your hand. All right,
It's up. It's totally up.
Okay.
I put it up.
How long does it need to stay up? Come.
Hold on 1 second. All right, so I see Councilmember Gibson's hand.
Yeah, thank you. First of all, I really appreciate Councilmember Small's efforts on this behalf, and I fully support us moving expeditiously. And I'm glad that Terry asked the question. We should know the costs, and before, but what we are being asked right now, which I would agree to, is to ask the staff to provide us a cost on that. So I'm fully supportive. One little technical question I wondered about was, what if someone doesn't respond? What if an owner does not respond?
Mayor, would you like me to answer that?
Yes, Skip, please.
If someone doesn't respond, then you don't have permission to, you can't proceed.
Cannot.
Yes.
Okay, so that would mean potentially that there would be a.
Skip, that's not the way I interpreted the law. It's if
Yeah,
a person,
neither do I.
if you send the
It's a
notice out and basically saying we're going to make this modification unless you tell us you have 30 days to say no, then if within that 30 days we don't get a response, then it's basically an opt-out, not an opt-in. So if we send the notices
Mayor,
out.
you are correct.
Okay.
You are correct. I apologize for that.
No worries.
Groovy. That made me nervous.
That's a good clarification. Thank you for that.
No worries.
And so even if there are a very few recalcitrant owners out there, if we get 99% of these covenants corrected, that would be astounding and wonderful, and I fully support it.
Great.
That's all.
Thank you, Councilmember Gibson. Councilmember Honzak.
Thank you. Actually, I'm glad that you're standing there because one of my questions was a clarification on what you had to offer. I also want to echo very loudly, thank you, Councilmember Small, for the advocacy that you put into this. I naively did not know so much about racial covenants until all this came onto the table, and it's something that needs to change already many years ago. And thank you, Mayor, for the efforts that you've put into moving this forward. I hope we can move as expeditiously as possible. I would like to share that my opinion is that while I share.
You guys.
For those that are remote that are not speaking, can you please go on mute? Thank you.
Well, I thank Councilmember Siemens for saying the budget is critical. I think I would still like to say I want us to move expeditiously no matter what. And we might need to phase in certain parts of it, but let's begin moving forward, which we are doing, I think, but to try to get some of these done. And I hope that we can maybe maximize and optimize a relationship with, for example, Historic Tacoma or any other entities that are willing to take part in this, such as possibly setting up a city committee that might be headed by a staff person that can provide the records that could be reviewed, and then they could be cross-checked by volunteers, and maybe one last cross-check by the staff to limit liability. I mean, again, the logistics would have to be proposed by our staff, but it sounds like, and this is my question for Mr. Douglas, I think it sounds like to me the single most difficult step may have already been done by Historic Tacoma the way I read it, which is, did I understand correctly that Historic Tacoma reviewed all of the deeds and actually already updated the language on all 1,100 of these properties? Because to me, that sounds like the most complex step. Okay. And I don't know if it's appropriate for me to ask him that question yet. Is that
Yeah,
okay?
no, it's okay.
Okay.
I've broken rules. I'm like, Jim,
that
come
was
on
one
down.
of those questions I wanted to ask tonight. So thank
Former
you.
council member Douglas.
Former Councilmember Douglas, come on down. let me
Oh,
start
wait,
your
His
mic.
mic is on. Wait, your
Your
mic's
mic.
not on.
Not yet. There you now you are.
Am I on?
You're good.
Okay. So my initial concern, I think, got resolved, but I want to reinforce it. This is an opt-out process. So there was some language that was used earlier in the discussion that talked about sign-off by the homeowners or the property owner. There is no sign-off by the property owner. The property owner has the opportunity in that 30-day period to object, but we do not need their approval.
Correct,
So
but we
I wanna
do need to
be
notify
clear on
each
that.
of the home owners, like each
But
property
I
owner.
think one of the questions that I'll defer to council on is if there are, as you suggested, Mayor, 3 co-owners of a property, if one objects and the other 2 don't, I presume that means that there's an objection, but council would have to clarify that. So that was my principal concern, is that this is an opt-out, not an opt-in kind of thing. In terms of the role of the city versus the role of non-city, clearly it's a city action to do the notice. It's clearly a city action to submit the paperwork that's required. There's no question about that. We have done the research work, starting with the work that the county planning staff did at the macro level, and then I went down at the micro level and have gone through, as Council Member Honzak has said, subdivision by subdivision, deed by deed, looked at each deed, gone through and put the strike through, amend the PDF, do the strike through. Did this so that individuals have that readily available if they want to submit that on their own. The city can certainly bundle all those. It's all together. It's not clear to me, but I have to defer to council on this, that that amended covenant needs to go in the notice. That's not the way I read the notice procedure, but that's his bailiwick, not mine. So whatever that notice looks like, with the amended deed in it or not in it, that's fine. Goes out, you get your package. You don't, whatever you don't get back after 30 days, then you're free to submit to the county. Historic Tacoma can certainly assist with, going through all of those, that's spreadsheet after spreadsheet, all the deeds. Happy to work with staff in terms of explaining the work that we did, making sure that everybody's comfortable with that work. I've done it. I've spent a long time on it. I'm pretty comfortable, but it never hurts to have somebody double check your work. But in response to your question, Councilmember Honzak, yes, I think the hard work was going through subdivision by subdivision, and in many cases it was deed by deed by deed in some of these subdivisions in which it wasn't every property within that subdivision, and looking for them. So I think the raw material is there. It's now sort of the administrative process. I will say the other thing that the city has that we don't have is an easy way to match a property with an address, okay? So I think you have ways, your finance office has ways of getting through, the ESTAT records and so on, a complete, download of all of you send out tax notices to all of the property owners in the city, so you have a mailing list of every property owner in the city with the subdivision block and lot associated with that, because that's how our taxes are done. So we have that information, and we can distill out of that larger package the ones that we want to send the notices out to. So I think the material's there, and this is certainly doable. One final thought: it could be done in tranches. We could take a subdivision by subdivision. It's a lot of mailings to do all at once. It's a lot of moving parts. I wouldn't say no to say, let's take Hampshire Knolls, then let's take Hillcrest, then let's take whatever, and just do them in tranches of 50 or 100 at a time, just because it's a much more manageable bunch of paperwork into it that way. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Just as a reminder for folks, we are nearing the end of the time allocated for this particular discussion. Councilmember Fulcher?
I think I have 4 questions. And I don't, Jim, you might have to come back up. Do you know how long it takes after we do this work for it to be reflected on those deeds that the work has been done?
That's a good question. So I did a handful of these sort of tests several months ago, kind of testing the process to make sure that it worked the way I thought it should work before going public. And then since then, we've done a few more. It didn't take long. This is, in the grand scheme of things, this is exactly the same process that happens every time a change in property happens. You refinance, you sell, you do whatever, okay, you have to record a change on the deed. So the county clerk's office churns through these like crazy. They came back within a week or so. It wasn't a big deal. We did have an experience that I need to understand better. Someone in the Hillcrest neighborhood, and Jessica, you may have to refresh my memory on this, submitted theirs, it might have been you, right? So, submitted theirs, and because of the timing, the county wanted the first semi-annual tax payment paid before they would record the change in the deed, which struck me as pretty odd, and I'm not sure that really makes sense, but I haven't had a chance to sort of figure out what that was all about. But absent some little quirk like that, it turns around in a week.
So I understand that you're taking the text and striking it through. Once they've made the change on the deed, is it showing up as text that's struck through, or are they removing the text?
So what happens is what's recorded in, and I encourage you to go look at that guide that I prepared, because it has all of this in it as examples, but what you get back at the end is essentially a new deed that says here's the deed with the language struck through, and that struck through language is recorded along with the forms that were submitted. So it wouldn't be any different than if you sort of added a new owner with you added a wife or a husband to a deed without consideration. They would record that on the deed. So just it becomes part of the track record of that particular property.
Okay, thank you.
And that goes back to the property owner because it's on their deed.
Okay, and then I think my next questions are for the mayor. As far as we send out the information, and let's say Cindy's resident really wanted the empowerment part of filling out the paperwork herself and not having the city do it for herself. Is there going to be an opportunity for residents to say, actually, I want to be a part of this and I'd rather do it myself than have the city do it?
I think that would be a question for what the staff would ultimately put in the notice, right? So if a resident wants to do it themselves and they would decline to have the city do it, and then they would have to, maybe we would add a checkbox, I'm going to do this myself. And then they would fill out the intake form themselves and they would send it forward. I think that the bigger thing for us is just making sure that we're very clear if a resident doesn't want us to do it and they still would need to say no to us, right? We would need to be able to record that they're saying no. And then regardless of what they do afterwards, it's up to them, right? Now, that's not to say that we can't go through, and probably as part of the notice, we may want to say, add options for people who either have done or plan to do this themselves. So if during the process and we're doing lots of education and people say, hey, no, I've actually just sent mine in yesterday, that kind of thing, we may want to make sure that we have an opportunity to keep track of that and add some aspect of that to the notice itself so we can get something back. But I defer to city staff on how best to kind of keep track of those things. But the main thing we want to know is, do they want us to do it for them? And if the answer is no, they need to decline it.
And then I guess this is when people have participated in these groups that are getting together to do the restrictive covenants together, what size groups have you been working with?
3 or 4 at a time, basically.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you. That is very small.
Yes.
So yeah, I just wanted to make
It's
sure we all
tedious.
were wrapping our minds around how small that number was.
the volunteer
Yep.
piece is. Okay, so Councilmember Small, I see your hand, but I would like to move us forward to a decision.
Can I just say one last thing?
Yes,
And then I
Councilmember
would love to make the motion to say that we ask the staff to pursue this. It's important for everyone to remember that there is actually a county entity who has procured and compiled all this information on the benefit of the county. They go around and talk about it and espouse it. There's several different manners and mechanisms of making sure that we have all of this information. And I would just say that at the last part of the deference to someone who wanted to opt out so they could do it themselves, that this has been available for a long time, and since we passed the bill. And that if we were going to do something like that, then maybe there is a play for some sort of opportunity for people to feel good about what they have done outside of requiring additional paperwork to be filed, because that's really kind of the onerous part in the first place. Thank you. I would like to move that we charge the staff to do this and come back to it.
All right, so I just want to do a hand vote on the guidance to staff. What we are asking for staff to do is to pursue a city-led approach to removal of the restricted covenants within the city. We're asking them to develop an implementation plan and have to us in September.
Are those the same thing?
Agreed.
Yes. Okay, then I'm good.
All right, can
I agree. I mean, you can't see me, but I'm.
Okay, thank you, Councilmember.
Second the motion.
Thank you, Councilmember Small for moving, Councilmember Honzak for seconding. Do we have any people that are abstaining from us directing staff to move forward with
Can
the?
I third it?
All right, okay, great. So it
Thank
sounds.
you, Mayor. Thank you.
it
Thank you.
Sounds like
thank
we
you.
move forward on
Thank you
this
for
one.
doing
All
it.
right.
It means a lot to me. Thank you.
So would you like to restate that for the city staff?
So as was described in the slide,
Yes, thank you.
we are asking for the staff to pursue a city-led effort with the removal of the restricted covenants. We are asking for staff to provide us with an implementation plan in September
With
All right.
costs
with cost estimates.
or estimates, yeah.
I would put the little hands of applause up so you could see it if I could, Mayor. Thank you very much.
Excellent. All right. I think we're done with this work session. I'm going to give folks a 10-minute break, and then we'll move on to the next couple of work sessions.
I think I'm going to beg off after this too, Mayor, because it's a family reunion.
Have a wonderful time with your family, Councilmember Small.
Thank you very much for doing this tonight, though. I appreciate it. I really do.
No worries. All right, we will reconvene at 9:20.
Oh, pink and
Yes,
blue.
you need the clicker?
Isn't that sweet?
I gotta give up my
I
power.
didn't realize you got one too. That's so great. Makes me feel so good.
All right. Thank you all for bearing with us as we took a break. Now we're going to reconvene with our second work session of the evening, overview of code enforcement. Just as a reminder for my colleagues, this is a 40-minute total discussion, including presentation and discussion. So just want to give everybody a 20-minute presentation, 20-minute discussion. All right, and with that, I will turn things over to our Housing and Community Development Director, Mr. Cowler.
Thank you so much. Mayor and Council, Ira Cowler, Director, Housing and Community Development. Tonight you will hear a presentation from Code Enforcement Manager Rick Baravecchia on how the Code Enforcement Division implements the city's property maintenance and environmental code requirements. Rick and his team of one code enforcement officer work tirelessly in a challenging job, working as a two-person team to fairly offer proactive enforcement throughout the city. Rick will provide an overview of the division's process, including the many steps we take to engage property owners prior to resorting to municipal infractions. I would personally like to thank our code enforcement team for the work they do every day to help make Tacoma Park a vibrant, safe, and healthy community that we all love. HCD are working with the city manager's office to continue modifying our enforcement system to ensure we meet council priorities. However, in my conversation since becoming director of this department, it seems that the conversations need to start with a clear collective understanding of our current process. How are cases opened? What does a notice of violation mean? What does a citation mean? We encourage both questions and feedback tonight that will help us to continuously improve this system.
Okay, thank you. Hi, I'm Rick Baravecchia. I'm the Code Enforcement Manager for the City of Tacoma Park. The history of the code enforcement. Code enforcement was moved from the police department to housing and community development when neighborhood services was disbanded. This occurred in July of 2022. And as Ira mentioned, the team is Tim Gratton. He's an 11-year employee, and me, I'm a 9-year employee of the city. The mission of code enforcement. The Code Enforcement Division's primary mission is to protect the health and well-being of Tacoma Park residents through the preservation of its residential and commercial infrastructure. Our responsibilities: community-wide enforcement of the property maintenance code and other nuisance ordinances. I'm sure everybody's familiar with the property maintenance code, and the nuisance ordinances are things like noise control, the little bit of animal control that we do, and whatever various calls I get for things that are bothering people. We investigate nuisance complaints, and we make referrals to appropriate county and state agencies in situations where local codes do not apply. That some of those examples might be things related to the zoning ordinance for the county, or it might have something to do with business licensing, or it might have something to do with a rental building, which we refer to the county also, or something that's beyond our capabilities to deal with. Sometimes we even refer things to state agencies. Enforcement efforts are coordinated to the greatest extent possible with other city departments and county and state officials. We also work closely with the community, maintaining positive relationships with Tacoma Park business associations, neighborhood groups, property owners, and residents. Our strategies. Number one is education. I've done, I think, 11 news articles over the past fiscal year, put up signs trying to raise people's level of awareness about some of the things I deal with in regards to environmental issues and things like that. I've had speakers come into the city to educate the public about some of our efforts for the environmental stuff. Some of the articles that I've written have been to educate people about the code enforcement process. Not everyone even understands that the city has a property maintenance code or code enforcement staff. So I've done a lot of education work and letting people know what we do and why we do it. And of course, the initial interaction that we have with people, the door hanger typically, it's an education for some people. They'll say, "What is this about? We didn't know we had a code enforcement thing. What does this mean?" And I'll talk to them about the code enforcement, the importance of it, and why we have it. Enforcement, I'm going to go through that this evening. How do we enforce the code? What's the sequence? Does everybody get a citation? No. We start out with the door hanger or a phone call, and then we progress through the different stages if there's no movement on the solving the problem. Our goal is always, in regards to enforcement, our goal is always to solve the problem. It's never about punishing people or trying to get them fined or dragging them into court or anything along those lines. And assistance, I'm going to talk about that later, but we're fortunate enough to have gotten some grant money to help the residents, and also some grant money to help us with some chronic issues we've had in regards to illegal dumping. The code enforcement process. A case can be opened through officer inspection based on a regular route inspection, or submitted a complaint. Submitted a complaint can come from email, voicemail. I've received letters. I've had people walk in. I've also had people file through My TKPK, the online app. What's the regular inspection that we do? We use the city's trash routes. The city has 4 trash routes. We use those as our sort of our inspection schedule so that we cover all the wards of the city. So everybody's getting equal enforcement as best we can do that. The first thing that a person will probably receive is what we call a courtesy notice, and that's a door hanger, and you all should have a copy of that in your package. The courtesy notice is, like I said, it's a door hanger. We write on there whatever the issue is that we'd like you to resolve, and that's going to be, you know, anything from overgrowth of vegetation to flaking, peeling paint, to repairing a fence, to fixing a concrete stoop, or whatever it could be. It's an informal way of us reaching out to people. It's very cost effective because they cost like a penny a piece, if that. And the officer can deliver that while they're there. It's very efficient as far as time goes. We don't have to mail it or anything like that. And we give people 15 days to resolve the issue. And what we're trying to do is either get them to resolve the issue or get them to call us and have a phone conversation and say, hey, here's what's going on, here's what I'm trying to do, you know, can I have some more time, that sort of thing. We want to get the dialogue flowing between us and the person who has the issue. If we don't receive any phone call and we do the reinspection after 15 days and we find that nothing's been changed, nothing's been solved, no problems have been solved, we'll move to what's known as a notice of violation, or NOV, and we give them 20 days for that. The notice of violation is a little more formal, but it is just another warning. And the notice of violation will state exactly what code is being violated and what that person needs to do to solve the problem. You know, it could be, like I said, it could be any number of things that could be the problem. Once again, it's letting people know that there is an issue. We would like them to address it within a certain amount of time. If they reach out to us and need an extension, you know, they're trying to solve the problem, they need an extension of time, more than happy to provide that. Once again, it's always about trying to solve the problem. Nothing's punitive. If after the NOV expiration period, after 20 days, if nothing's happened, we haven't talked to the person involved, the property owner, then we have a meeting. It's me, Ira, and Tim, the code inspection officer. And then we talk about what we're going to do next, whether this case is worthy of a municipal infraction citation. The municipal infraction citation is a ticket, basically. And it looks like a lot like a ticket you might have seen, or like a warning ticket, except this one is a little bit more formal in that this is like our invitation to go to court. This is how we go to court. We have to have a citation to get a court date. And we give people 25 days to solve the problem. If they don't talk to us, ask for an extension, or say they're going to solve the problem, or let us know what's going on, at the end of 25 days, we do a reinspection. And if nothing has changed and the issues are still there, we have another little conference between the three of us, and we decide whether this is worthy of going to court. And if we decide that it is, we then forward this on to the attorney's office and ask them to schedule a court date. The court date takes a while to get. You know, it's not going to be like within a week or two. Usually it takes us about 2 months to get a court date, typically. And if the problem gets solved any time between, you know, us scheduling the court date and us going to court, then we just cancel the court date. We don't prosecute. We don't ask the judge to review the case at all. Once again, it's always about trying to solve the problem. And the municipal infraction citation would have a fine on it. It would have the exact wording that's in the code, the violation, the date, the time that the inspector noticed that the violation occurred, and it gives, like I said, it's our way into court, but the fine is really, we don't give the fines to people, and that's something that seems to confuse a lot of people. They think that we can impose fines on people. Actually, judges have to impose the fines. Nobody's going to get fined until they talk to a judge, and Usually when we get to court, if we do get to court, the judge will generally suspend the fine and then say, you know, I'll give you 60 or 90 days to solve the problem. And if they do, then the fine goes away. Judges and us would prefer that people spend the money on fixing the problem as opposed to paying a fine. And at the bottom, you know, violations are subject to receive an extension if the property owners have demonstrated an actual effort to abate the violation. And that extension can occur at any point in this process. You know, we're willing to work with people as best we can because we understand there's issues. There's issues regarding time. There's issues regarding finances. We get it, you know. And sometimes it's hard to find people to do the work. We understand. Try to work with people as much as we can. The code enforcement timeline. The minimum time period between initial notice, the courtesy notice, and a request for trial, usually 6 to 12 months. Sometimes cases, before we go to court, they can be over a year old, just the passage of time. The first step is the investigation. I might get a complaint that's, you know, there's some code violation at somebody's house or business or some commercial occupancy. I'll go out there, or Tim will go out there, we'll take a look at it and determine whether or not this is a code violation. Sometimes it's just something that's bothering somebody. It may not actually be a code violation. And if it is a code violation, we determine that it is, we will open a case by leaving a courtesy notice, or if it's a rental property or commercial property, we might make a phone call instead of leaving the courtesy notice. Our experience has been that renters, they won't give the courtesy notice to the landlords or anything. That usually is a dead-end situation. I mentioned the courtesy notice, you know, that's the door hanger, or sometimes that's going to be a phone call, you know, just a conversation on the phone. The next step, if there's no action as a result of the courtesy notice, we haven't talked to them, we don't know what's going on, we'll issue a notice of violation. Once again, the notice of violation is going to give them a prescribed amount of time, you know, 20 days to solve the problem. And we give extensions if they need them. The failure to abate notice is an extension. That's usually what we'll say. If we need an extension, we'll give you a failure to abate letter, and that would say the amount of time that we're giving them the extension. And that the amount of time we give them is based on what they need. If they say, hey, I've got a contractor coming, but he can't be here for 2 months, then that's fine. We can give them the 2 months. You know, once again, always about trying to solve the problem. Before a case will go to a municipal infraction citation, I mentioned this earlier, we have an internal review process amongst the 3 of us, and we decide whether or not this case is worthy of a municipal infraction citation. If it is, we'll issue one. Once again, we're giving them 25 days to solve the problem again. At the end of the 25 days, if the problem's not solved and we're not talking to the person, they're not communicating with us, we'll ask the lawyer to schedule a court hearing. And at the court hearing, generally what happens is the judge will issue what we call an order of abatement. And the order of abatement will give the property owner a certain amount of time, and this is up to the judge. And it's, like I said, it's usually 60 to 90 days to solve the problem. And if they don't solve the problem, then what can happen, they could be fined. They're not always fined. But what will probably happen is we'll get the final resolution will be that the judge will tell the city that we can solve the problem for the property owner. And that involves us having to hire a contractor, get the work scheduled, you know, pay the contractor, and then try to get reimbursed for the money. It's not the favorable outcome for us. Believe me, we avoid that at all cost. But once again, the problem does have to be solved. Initiatives and bans. The Code Enforcement Division covers the following initiatives and bans: the Anti-Litter Initiative, the Multifamily Commercial Recycling, Noise Control, Plastic Bag Ban, Plastic Straws and Stirrers Ban, Polystyrene Ban, and Safe Grow. The most recent one, of course, is the Plastic Straw and Stirrer Ban. Our statistics, excuse me. But it's about 7,000 properties in Tacoma Park that we're responsible for. Last fiscal year, we opened 357 cases. So that's 357 times we either left a courtesy notice or made a phone call to somebody to let them know that there's an issue. Out of that 357 cases, we ended up having to issue notices of violation for 143 of them. Okay. Out of that 143 cases, 43 of them were issued citations. Okay. And then out of that 43, we ended up with 3 cases that went to court and were adjudicated. So, I mean, as you can see, as the pyramid goes down, we do the best we can to keep people out of court. We don't want to see people get fined, and we don't want it to become a punitive process where, like we said, we're always trying to solve a problem that exists. And the environmental initiatives and educational activities. We visited every commercial business in the city during last fiscal year to promote the city's environmental initiatives. And we presented an organic lawn care presentation in April and an anti-litter event in October. And also, we've put some signs around the city to try to raise people's level of awareness about the anti-litter issues. And what else have I done? Oh, I mentioned the newsletters. I think I've done 11 newsletter articles about various topics related to code enforcement or the environmental initiatives. Once again, just trying to raise people's level of awareness. And these are the grants I mentioned earlier. We've been awarded a grant from the Maryland Department of Aging. This is a grant that we're going to administer in conjunction with the Village of Tacoma Park. And this is enabling people, elderly people, to stay in their homes. This is like putting in extra railings, putting in any type of device or maybe modification that they would need so that they could stay in their home longer, as opposed to having to go to a nursing home or any type of assisted living facility. Many people, they don't want to leave their homes, that's understandable, and this grant should help them stay in their homes longer than maybe they normally could. We have applied for a grant with the Maryland Department of Housing and Community Development, National Capital Strategic Economic Development Fund. They call them NED grants. And we haven't heard back yet, but that's going to be $150,000 that we can use to help property owners that maybe have some financial challenges and can't solve the problems that they have with their property. And we have another grant that we've gotten, and this is from, once again, Maryland DHCD, Community Health and Safety Works, environmental justice category. It's $92,000, $90,250. And our plan is to use this money to address some. We've had long-term issues with illegal dumping on Sligo Mill Road up behind the restaurant there at Sheridan Avenue, Mid-Atlantic Seafood. So we're going to try to work with Public Works and come up with a plan so that we can, I hope, eliminate the issue, or at the very least make it less severe than it is. That's been a chronic problem for years with the city, with people dumping whatever you can imagine up there illegally. And here's just some sample property maintenance violations. These are not from city properties. I went to other jurisdictions and took these, primarily Prince George's County. That's where I live. Flaking and peeling paint. We see this a lot. What are the issues with that? People will say, well, you're going to have an unprotected surface, as you can see there. And that's going to cause wood rot in this case. If it's iron, metal, it can cause rust, which is going to deteriorate the metal. And also, there could be lead paint involved. The EPA says that any property built prior to 1978, which there are plenty of them here in Tacoma Park, is presumed to have lead. Lead paint's a hazard. We're trying to keep it out of the environment, and of course, out of children's bodies. That's been a huge problem historically. This is an issue with a roof. We've got flaking, peeling paint, rotted wood, and of course the shingles are gone in that spot. It looks like somebody tried to make some sort of a patch, not very successful. This is going to cause water to get inside the building. It's going to cause a lot more wood rot. At some point, it can make the house uninhabitable. Needs to be addressed. And I added this photo at the end here, and this is a severe case of property neglect. We have a huge overgrowth issue. The roof's entirely gone on this property. It's open to the elements. The house is no longer habitable. There's trees growing inside of it now. The floors have collapsed. At this point, it's a tear down. I don't think it's savable. And this is, in the neighborhood where I grew up, believe it or not. I took this photo. And this is something that took probably 20, 25 years to happen, but it did happen. And although this is a severe case as you see it now, it didn't start out severe. It started out with minor issues that were left unaddressed, and then it got worse and worse and worse, and nobody ever did anything. Now it's a neighborhood eyesore. It's unsafe for the community. It's something that just doesn't need to happen. And this is the last slide. This is a hoarder issue, the hoarder house. This is the front yard. This happens to be the front yard, but the backyard looks the same. It's cluttered with stuff. You got rubbish, you got debris. I'd imagine the inside of the house looks the same. We would try to get this cleaned up, and we would also try to get do a referral with Montgomery County Social Services. Maybe this person is in need of some mental health services. I can guarantee you that if the yard looks like that, the inside of the house will look just as bad. It's been my experience with these types of cases. And this is a chronic case, as you can see, and pretty severe. And that's the end of my presentation. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Rick, for your presentation. I already got a couple of hands. Council member, okay, got it. Council member Honzak.
Thank you very much for your presentation. I appreciate you giving a lot greater clarity to your process. I'll try not to ask all my questions. I need to send them in. But I think they fall into sort of three big buckets and then a few other ones. One is the distribution of the, and I really appreciated you sharing with us that you use the city's trash routes. That's one of the questions I've been wondering about, and that's how you've been doing that. I think one of the things that's challenging for residents is not realizing that you do that, and not necessarily the ability to see where you've been and wondering, has this been addressed, or how could I find out if this is actually happening? Maybe somebody hasn't reported it. I live in a part of the city, I think, where there's a lot lower reporting rate, I suspect, based on what I get as a council member. So I guess on distribution, how many of the cases that are opened, more or less, or percentage, are outreach and complaint based versus proactive monitoring? And I'm not looking for an exact number, but do you have a sense of
most of the cases are proactive monitoring.
Okay,
yeah,
okay,
us
that's
going
interesting.
out patrolling the areas, yeah.
Okay, thank you, that's helpful. And then, do you have, in terms of monitoring, do you use a rubric of any kind as you go through the trash routes and do your proactive, do you have like a rubric that gets followed? And is that something that the council would be able to see if you do?
No, it's really the officer's discretion, whether it's
Okay.
me or Tim. We
Okay.
just drive around. If we see something that concerns us, we'll stop and take a look at it, decide whether or not that's worthy of consideration, and then proceed from there.
Okay, thank you. So that said, I think then the third bucket is prioritization, and you use a lot of discretion. Do you feel like our current code gives you really good clarity on how to prioritize the different kinds of things when you're using your discretion? Like how the council expects you, or the staff should expect themselves to prioritize different kinds of violations?
Yeah, I think the code's it's very comprehensive. It's well written, and anytime I look at the code, I always think, well, this was hammered out on the anvil of experience.
Yeah.
The code wasn't written from a theoretical perspective. It was written to address problems, and those problems that existed back then, they can exist now, with the passage of time. So, yeah, I think the code works well. We have to use our discretion. That's just part of the deal,
I guess, and I think part of the issue probably, and again, I'm a newer council member, right? So, but I think one of the issues that because we don't get to see, as the residents don't get to see day to day unless we ask for something, which I have done recently, and I've appreciated your quick and thorough feedback. We can't see like a map of where you've been and what kinds of cases have been opened. It makes it hard for people to appreciate, perhaps, for example, you're working on this elevator outage, which is, to me, please spend all your time there until you get that fixed, right? And knowing that is helpful. But then when the things that we do see, sometimes it can feel like certain things aren't getting addressed. And it's hard for us to know that without having a more transparent system. So that's just a piece of feedback, like a map where we could see some of the cases that were opened or something. But I guess I would ask, you or perhaps Director Cowler, is there a way that the council, I have some concerns about how I think I see prioritization happening. And my concern would be that safety, health, and utility for many would be top line criteria. And I think of things like, if I had to pick peeling railing versus in let's say a wealthier part of the neighborhood that someone's been complaining about versus vines that are growing over sidewalks that are used by 100 people a day, I'd much rather see you go, deal with the vines. And in our part of the city, we don't always see that. And so that can be really frustrating. But again, I'm not always sending that to you because I don't even have time to do it. I keep hoping, it'll get captured. And it may be that your energy in like my part of the city is going towards a lot of difficult issues that are actually much more important, like the elevator. It's just hard for us to see that, So I would welcome any suggestions that you have for code modifications that might give clarity to what we think would be a helpful rubric to help clarify those priorities, and or maybe it's just an issue of greater transparency for the cases that get opened. I don't know am I making sense?
Yeah, you're
what I'm
making
suggesting?
sense.
Okay.
The current system we use, GovQA, it just doesn't have it doesn't allow people from the outside to look at cases. And maybe in the future we can think about, having a setup so that if someone could type in an address and see is there an existing case at this address and how is it progressing. That's a possibility.
Or just looking at distribution, even just to see that, yes, indeed, he's been in this part of the city, a lot. It's just these aren't the things that you are able to see. And, he's been in this part of the city too. And then you could use different ways of looking at that as a resident and go, okay, I feel good about that, and just I have nothing to say then.
Yeah.
I think it would be a great form of dialogue. Anyway, I think I'll leave it at that right now, and I'll send some of my other questions in. Thank you very much.
Sure.
Thank you, Councilmember Honzek. Councilmember DeBala.
Thank you. A couple of things. First of all, thank you for the work that your team does. I've been over the last few years to you from everything from recently opened trenches with mosquitoes in them to hoarders to trash to, just the list goes on. And I've always had a quick response to the problems that residents bring to me, and I presume, because I haven't heard any complaints, that they're residents who go straight to you. And I also want to thank you for taking on the environmental enforcement, because that was something that was not an obvious fit when that all first came up. So thanks. A couple things that I'm hearing, and this is not probably going to surprise you, that some residents are a little, in some of the single-family neighborhoods, are a little confused about the connection between some of the code violations and the focus on health and safety. So the focus on health and safety is clear to people, and then sometimes with, peeling paint on a railing, they're a little confused. So maybe we need to I don't know if we need to reprioritize some of the more, I wouldn't want to call them minor, because some of them are pretty obvious, but just continuing that message about health and safety, making that connection to some of the violations that get noticed. Second thing, I'd like to get your view on vacant properties and how to handle them, because I know you've had experience in Ward 2 with vacant properties that are abandoned for some time, and so single-family residents will sometimes see the violation notice or the courtesy notice, which they think is a violation notice, for peeling paint, and a block away there's an abandoned property that they don't realize code enforcement has been working on for a very long time. And so I'd like to see if you have a comment on that. On my third observation is that when residents get the courtesy notice, some of them don't understand that they can call, so they get upset because they think they have to hire a contractor to paint their house within 2 weeks. And I know that's not true, but that's just something that has come up a few times. Again, none of this is a surprise to Rick, but maybe some of the others of you haven't heard this. So I'm just pointing out these 3 areas that are of some concern to residents. But I'd like to get your views on the vacant property stuff. How much of a problem do you see that it is? Are you satisfied with the tools that you have to deal with it? We recently put some money into the budget so that you would have a little more to work with. So talk to me about that.
The vacant properties, you know, I consider them they should meet the same standard as the occupied properties. We don't give them a pass. We try to stay on top of them just like we do all the other properties in the city. You know, ideally, you know, I would like to see the vacant properties occupied. You know, I wish there was some way to incentivize these owners to, you know, finish the properties up. A lot of them, they're always like partially constructed. You know, I haven't finished this project yet. When are you going to finish it?
Like the one you went to earlier this week.
You know, next year and then a year after and that sort of thing. And there's always a long list of reasons why they can't solve the problems associated with the property. But we do expect them to maintain it to the same standard that the occupied properties are maintained. We're not cutting them any breaks. So, you know, we've taken some of these people to court on different occasions and things like that. And we've had successful results, but, you know, if I had my way, there would be none. You know, there would be some way for us to encourage people to finish the properties and make them habitable so that families can move in or they can be used, you know, for some purpose other than just sitting there. It always bothers me when I think about the hear on the news all the time how there's a need for housing, and I'm driving around and seeing houses that could be used. Why has that house been sitting there for 5 years unused? You know, it doesn't make any sense to me. I don't know. I don't understand the logic behind that. I realize there are some financial things going on, but still, these are valuable properties potentially. You know, so why not fix them up and put them on the market, you know, or rent them out or something. You know, there's some positive use as opposed to just lingering around the neighborhoods. And I know they bother people, you know, and we get calls about them, you know. Yeah, I wish I had a quick solution for that problem. We do the best we can, but yeah, some incentives would be nice.
Thank you. Just wanted to add, some of the circumstances are sort of the perpetual construction project, where a home is not occupied perhaps, or it maybe is occupied, but it's just in some continuous state of construction or reconstruction. And I know that goes to building permits, which the county handles. That was one of the reasons that we brought DPS in for a meeting. Their director and their staff met with our staff, and part of our frustration in expressing the frustration of some of our residents is how long it takes, and particularly between inspections. And and I see this in other cities, we had the same problem in Rockville, and I'm sure almost everywhere else. You have a county building permit process that allows, they get one stage of an inspection completed. You might get another 6 or 12 months before the next inspection is required. And then another 6 and 12 months, and then another 6 and 12 months. And it's just really, you know, legal but drawn out process at the permitting end. So part of what we did express on behalf of code enforcement, neighborhood quality, residents' complaints, is that some of this needs to be tightened up and compressed, that just allowing a perpetual construction project with materials in the yard, with exterior work that's just obviously ongoing, just shouldn't be one of those things that can just go on for years and years and years. Even if there's a financial hardship, there still ought to be some balance with the quality of life in the neighborhood. And, you know, some things might, we wanted to explore together ways that we could accelerate some of these projects. And in part, it gets homes back into back into use quicker, but it also can remove what's really considered a major neighborhood nuisance. And you see this with commercial properties as well. We've seen some of that, I know, in the ward, in your ward, Councilmember Honzak. Very specific examples come to mind. But it is a frustration. The folks in the city, our residents, don't typically fully know that we aren't completely in control of that process, and that the county is really the one driving the permitting process for construction and the inspection schedule. So we are trying hard. I just wanted to say publicly that we're trying hard to bring that concern to the county and press them for a better timeline, so that all of this these problems can be resolved more quickly.
I'd also like to just briefly address the two concerns that were raised about priority. And I think in both instances, health and safety was brought up as kind of the top priority. And I can safely say that is the top priority for code enforcement. I think, though, there's a presumption that that health and safety, in the statement, I guess in the question, there's a presumption that health and safety is not being addressed, and that we should reprioritize in order to make sure that those things are being addressed. And we don't have any evidence of that. And I think through our proactive approach, what code enforcement does is if they see something that is technically a violation according to our code, then they will address it. And priority, I think, would suggest that those other non-health and safety violations would need to be temporarily ignored, such that we can focus and find those health and safety options or health and safety violations. Because we don't have evidence of that, I don't think that is something that is of much concern. And I think what we're really talking about is whether or not there are things in our code that we don't want to be in code and that we don't want to consider. And if that is what is of concern by council, I think what we would need, what code enforcement would need, what HCD would need, is some guidance from council about what are those things that we have concerns about, and some direction about how we might want to address them.
Well, one thing I might want to add about that is that I've looked at our code very often, and I've looked at other jurisdictions, and I don't see much difference between them. I really don't. It's all kind of the same stuff. And so it's not like we're doing anything unusual. I don't think we're more strict than other jurisdictions.
Others aren't.
And in regards to health and safety, you know, I talked to Ira about this, and I brought up a couple of cases where I didn't think the problem was as severe as it was. And one was right up here on Carroll Avenue. You know, there was some steps and a railing that needed to be repaired, and I mentioned that to the homeowner. They said they would take care of it. Then I come out, and then the homeowner tells me, well, I had a contractor come out, and he said the entire front porch needs to come down. It's all rotted. But I didn't see that. You know, I didn't get up underneath it with a flashlight and look at it and really do a thorough examination. So when I start kind of putting myself out there saying, well, this is a low priority case, I might be making a mistake with that. It could be more severe than what I'm able to judge. And it happened just today. I went up the street. I had mentioned about some the treads for some steps needed to be addressed. I thought they just needed to be scraped and painted. But then I went up there, and they'd taken the stairs completely off. So that tells me that, once again, the problem was much worse than what I thought it was. So I wouldn't want to get in a situation where I told somebody, well, that's all you need to do is this little bit of work, and then somebody gets hurt, and they say, well, you told us that's all we needed to do. Why didn't you tell us about this other stuff? You know, I'm not an engineer. I don't have a deep construction background. I can't do thorough examinations. So I'm a little bit hesitant to say, well, this is a low priority, this is a medium priority, and this is a high priority, because I can make mistakes, and that could cause people to get hurt. You know? And that could be possibly some liability for the city, which I don't want that to happen either.
Thank you. Councilmember DeBala. Councilmember Gibson?
Thank you. Both of my fellow council members have made some really good points, which I agree with, whether we call it a rubric, or whether we talk about prioritizing. I do think that there is a need to look at whether it's the code and the variations, or I should say the nuances of the code, and what should or should not be addressed with the process that you've outlined here. I will certainly follow up with some specific comments on that. I also have I refer back to Ira's comments saying that this presentation was what the process looks like now, and that you would welcome suggestions on how to improve that. And Mr. Eubanks has reiterated that, and I think I will follow up on that. I think we do need to do that, and I have actually spoken with Ira as well as the city manager about several suggestions and recommendations and concerns raised by citizen residents in my ward. A couple of them I'll just mention here had to do with, for example, what I will call scheduling sensitivity. If you're asked to, I think there's a kind of a standard, if I would have to go back to the presentation, number of days to address a particular problem, and if you're being told that you need to repaint your railings in the middle of the winter, and you're giving 15 days, it doesn't make sense. So some of those kinds of things can have to do with prioritizing the severity of it, but also prioritizing the response, or what you're asking them to do. How much time do you give them? And it also, in my mind, I think that we need to look at that schedule of fines and penalties, and maybe that should be more clearer in terms of showing that there is a relationship between severity, serious health and safety issues, and those less severe. And that's not transparent to me, and it's not transparent to the residents. I also want to refer to what the door hanger, and as I believe Cindy talked about, there's a certain amount of anxiety, particularly some of our older citizens, residents, who feel threatened. And even though you say that it says on the door hanger, we want you to call us, but there is a threat of bringing whether it's a violation or citation, I can't remember the exact words. So I think that is not education. That is a little bit of a threat. And I think that we could possibly look at that, at those notices, those courtesy notices, as you call them, and make them a courtesy notice rather than a threat of further action. And that goes back to whether that particular incident might be of a lower order of severity, that all you want to do is hold up the issue to them. And if at some point it gets to be such as a severe thing that we really want to go down the road towards citation and violation and court case, there may be some things that we don't want to do that with. And you have the eyes to spot some potential problems that are not that you could educate on without like I said, going down the road towards a court judgment at the very end, which I know is a very rare thing. So I will follow up with a number of very specific requests that have come into me, and I've shared with Director Cowler about what I've mentioned. And I appreciate your willingness to look at those, and I will take up Deputy City Manager Eubanks' ask or request that if we want to see something different, then we need to determine those priorities and how to address them. So I will follow up with that, and I appreciate the presentation. It all makes some sense, but there's some things that are not working well. There's some folks that are have unnecessary anxiety, and then there are folks that feel that the process is not working properly, and there may be some minor changes in terms of the process. So I'll follow up, and I thank you for your presentation.
Thank you, Councilmember Gibson. And I just want to remind my colleagues that I believe what Deputy City Manager Eubanks was referring to is direction from council. So it would require us to come together to agree upon any modifications that we would like to see happen in the code. Being mindful of time.
And I would be happy to make recommendations in that regard.
Thank you, Councilmember Gibson. Councilmember Fulcher?
Thank you. I was just wondering if there's any chance that our new mental health worker with the city might be able to help with some of the hoarding situations, just because I know in Ward 1 that we have had, traumatic experience of people losing their homes, and also had a death in Ward 1 from a hoarding situation. So maybe now that we have someone in the city who might be more accessible to us in Tacoma Park than social services, that might be able to build a relationship earlier on. It just might be an opportunity for us to do better than places around us. So just something for thought. I was wondering, what is it like working with some of the chain stores that we have in Tacoma Park when it comes to some of our environmental regulations, such as the plastic stirrers and the straws? Like if you're working with 7-Eleven, if you're working with, Sardi's or other stores like that, how does our code affect those situations?
Well, the issues that I usually encounter are the availability of products and the cost associated with them. That's what people bring up all the time. They say they're having trouble finding stuff sometimes that's code compliant, and also they talk about the cost associated, because it is usually more expensive.
Yeah.
And I get that, but we are concerned about the environment.
Yeah, I just worry about our smaller businesses sort of like shouldering the burden of doing the right thing, whereas some of the larger businesses might be getting it from their corporate office and might not be following our regulations as well as the smaller businesses are.
Well, as best we can, we try to stay on top of that. I mean, we're certainly not giving anybody any passes and telling them they can break the law when other people can't.
And then I just want to say, some issues have come up here, and I would be concerned about balance of privacy as far as, putting onto maps where different code violations are. I know that I have been privy to some of the things that you guys have been working out with people and have not announced how you're working that out, because I realize that it can be sensitive how things are being worked out, and so I understand that. And then also just kind of thinking about some of the things that we've talked about softening today, I would have some concerns about, though I might not mind living in my house with flaking paint because I'm the owner and I get to make that decision, forcing a renter to live in a house with flaking paint might not feel the same for people that don't have the autonomy to decide what their houses look like. So that was just something that I was thinking about. And I'm done. Thank you.
Thanks. Thank you, Councilmember Fulcher. I do kind of want to pick up where you left off, because I share some of the concerns. The quest for data transparency should not be at the sacrifice of confidentiality and people's ability to work through the things that they need to work through, and the city's ability to support them. One of the main reasons why the prior council got rid of disbanded neighborhood services and moved code enforcement to HCD was because there was such a parallel between someone's external housing situation and things that may have been happening in terms of their financial resources mental state, their physical state, or disability, or inability to make certain improvements to their home. So one of the goals was to try to match code enforcement with the actual support that many of our residents need. And I appreciate you, Rick, because hearing about all of the grants that you all are trying to do is really trying to get are really designed to try to serve that purpose. I also agree with Councilmember Fulcher from the perspective of, whereas peeling paint, and forgive me because I've done a lot of work on my house, peeling paint may appear to be minimal, right? Novel, right? Who cares about peeling paint? Having dealt with peeling paint is sometimes indicative of rust underneath and an unstable railing that may need to be replaced, right? So if you have a male person, for example, that has to deliver a package and they're using your railing, you may just see that it's chipped paint. It could actually be rotted railing, and someone could fall over delivering a package. To the point that Rick raised earlier, you can only see what's on the outside. You can't do a full examination of what you see. And the onus is on property owners to take that added step. I get it. It's annoying. I agree with Councilmember Gibson. There are certain times of the year, like, let's not ask people to paint their houses in the dead of winter, right? They're not going to be able to find a contractor to do it. I also appreciate the fact that you all are very responsive to residents and give them a lot of time. Like, there's been so many times where residents have asked for more time, and Rick is like, yep, nope, you just tell me you're going to need until next spring to get the contractor out to do the painting. Okay, great. So I think that there's a lot more flexibility that you all provide that I don't think that message is really clear to residents. And it's not to usurp our enforcement authority, because we need to enforce. But I think that if we were to tweak certain language, particularly in that courtesy notice, the courtesy notice freaks people out. And it's a lot of times because it doesn't just say courtesy notice at the top. It says, let me help you avoid a violation. Well, that still feels like, what, I'm going to get a violation? If there's some way that we can tweak some of the notifications to help people to understand, because when you go through and do your breakdown of the number of folks that maybe get a courtesy notice versus the number of people that actually get a citation versus the number of people actually goes to court, the likelihood of someone getting a courtesy notice and ending up with a municipal infraction is really, really, really low. And so to me, it seems more like a PR thing than really modifying our code a lot, or tweaking our code in terms of the requirements. It just feels very PR-ish. And so one of the things that I would like for staff to consider is having a look at our notices and notifications to see whether or not there are some additional modifications that we need to make those notifications a little bit easier for people to, one, understand that it's a courtesy, provide them with the information of what they need to do next, but help to balance it a little bit so folks don't feel that they're immediately facing some sort of court date because of chipping paint on a rail. So with that, Councilman, with that, I think City Manager DeSpirito, did you have something to add? I'm just going to be transparent. We're over time. We have another presentation.
Okay. Well, in the interest of that, I will defer my comments to another time.
Okay. Excellent. All right. Thank you so much. I appreciate you sticking it late with us.
Thank you.
All right. Next, our final work session is on the housing policy discussion number 2. This discussion is a 20-minute presentation followed by a 20-minute Q&A.
Mayor and Council, Ira Cowler, Director, Housing Community Development. On July 1st, Housing Manager Devin McNally presented a broad framework for how to view our housing policies and their impacts on housing supply in the city. That framework focused on 3 pillars: choice, stability, and quality. The tax credit proposals you hear tonight look to address facets of each pillar: investing in the production of new rental and new home ownership units, looking to incentivize a diversity of housing opportunities, and protecting our existing deeply affordable housing while promoting needed investments. HCD focused on tax credits because they best address the fundamental challenge facing the city. Within our existing budgetary constraints, how can we invest in both creating the community outlined in our Housing and Economic Development Strategic Plan and lay out a platform for future growth? Housing policy is not just about living conditions for current and future residents. The creation and investment in housing stock is the critical driver in a healthy and growing city tax base. The growing tax burden on Tacoma Park homeowners and the structural budget deficit the city faces are both direct reflections of the lack of any meaningful housing development in the city for the past 40 years. Funding, investing in, and communicating the city's commitment to the Housing and Economic Development Strategic Plan is critical for the long-term financial health of the city. As you review these credits, I would encourage you to ask yourself first how these proposals will incentivize all the actors we discussed on July 1st, from developers to tenants to prospective homeowners, to buy into that strategic plan. And with that, I'll turn it over to Devin.
Good evening, Madam Mayor, members of council. Devin McNally here with the Housing and Community Development Department, and I will try to make this as quick as possible because I know I'm the last item standing between you and going home tonight. All right, so today before you we have proposals for a package of housing tax credits. There are 4 credits. That includes a new rental construction tax credit, a missing middle housing construction credit, an affordable housing preservation credit, and a housing reinvestment credit. So we'll go through the background. The way we've structured this presentation is to stop with every tax credit so that we can have discussion and questions and answer on each one. And our goal tonight is to get guidance on some of these policy choices with the intent of drafting a resolution that we can bring forward to council. So, as we talked about in July 1st, where are we in the place? We have a number of policies and programs already existing in the city, a lot of them aimed towards stability, which is, I would say, of our 3 elements, the most kind of important to the city. And what we're looking at is expanding not only in that direction, but also expanding our tool set in choice and quality as well with these tax credits. So why tax credits? So first of all, they provide predictable financial support that can be used in obtaining financing. So property owners can go to a lender and they can show that this is the criteria that they need to meet and can provide some certainty. It's proportional with the investment that we and the benefit that we, the city, are receiving from the property owner who's developing new housing or renovating existing housing. And then additionally, it allows us within our budget constraints to allow to provide higher subsidies than with a grant or a loan. And this is because while we do have our housing reserve fund and our general fund, those dollars are more limited. And we would be required to provide those upfront ahead of the project. In this case, we're able to spread it out over time. So I'll discuss a little bit of the background here, and I know that this is a very dense slide with a whole bunch of words on it, but this is part of the implementation of the 2019 Housing and Economic Development Strategic Plan adopted in 2019. There's a number of different objectives in there. I've pulled out the relevant ones. So this includes objectives supporting multifamily buildings that provide housing affordability through tax credits, providing support to property owners through tax credits for maintenance, encouraging and facilitating ways for the purchase of homes by people of moderate income, and then also encouraging moderate and higher density development and redevelopment through a number of different ways, including financial assistance. All right, so we'll start off with the first one, which is the new rental housing construction tax credit. And so the goal here is to incentivize new housing in the city of all kinds. So not just specific types, but any sort of housing, given that we haven't had new multifamily construction in the past 40 years. And so what we're looking at is a staff-administered 15-year tax credit with the construction of net new residential units. And what I mean by that is new residential units that did not exist on that property or in the city before. The idea is we're trying to add additional housing for local workers and families, and also use it for long-term revenue gains. So whenever there's a housing project and a property owner comes in, what they are doing after they get their property, the permits, they get the approval, they get the designs, and they build that, the property is then reassessed. And when it's reassessed, it takes into account the new value that has been put into the property with new buildings, new equipment, new systems, all of that. And so that is that additional value that is put on that assessment that gets translated into a property tax bill. And so what we are proposing is to provide a credit for new construction that is equal to that added value that the property owner provided. So what that means is that for the first 10 years of this tax credit, the property owner would pay the original, what they had been paying before the housing project. So we would be making an investment by foregoing that additional revenue for the first 10 years. Then over the next 5 years, we would phase in that increased assessment amount, so that by year 16, we would be collecting the full amount of that additional tax value. So, one of the things that came up and one of the things that we wrestled with was adjusting for redevelopment. And we wanted to strike that balance between not incentivizing the displacement of residents or not providing any benefit and actually disincentivizing that. And so what we did was we wanted to scale that and adjust that tax credit for properties in which there are already units existing. So I'll use a quick example. If there is a 90-unit building that exists today and a property owner takes that property over, demolishes that building, and builds 100 new units on it, we would say, okay, you've built 10 new units, but there were already 90 there. And so we are going to scale the credit amount by that proportion of new units that you're adding, in this case 10%. And we will give you a credit in that amount, but you are going to pay the full amount. And we think this, in addition to our other policies around stability that include, for example, the tenant opportunity to purchase law, the county's substantial rehabilitation requirements under Chapter 53, will help disincentivize and make it very unlikely that we would see this sort of behavior. Now, however, if a building, let's say that a property has a little bit of extra room to add some units and they're not displacing residents, we would want to incentivize that. So if a property has 100 units, they have some extra space and they would like to build 20 more units, we would consider the project size that full 20 units because they're bringing that full value and give them that full 100% incremental tax credit. So another question that came up back in February when we initially presented this was where these parcels are. And so one of the things to look at is where zoning allows for multifamily. So on the right over there, you have a map of all the multifamily zones that exist within the city. So these are all the zones that allow for multifamily development. Most of these parcels, about 80%, are currently developed, not necessarily with multifamily housing. It could be some commercial, some other use, but 80% of them are already developed. And so what we're looking at is incentivizing that 20%. I want to note that this would not change any county permitting processes. This is only a tax credit that the city would offer. Any housing development would still have to go through the relevant county permitting processes, which would include any review for adequate public facilities or public benefit. So one of the reasons why we were focused on kind of housing of all types is the city, as we've kind of mentioned before, has a very unique housing market. We have our rent stabilization ordinance, which covers around 1,600 homes in the city. And when we look at rent reports submitted annually, 93% of those homes have rents that are naturally affordable to households making 50% of the area median income. By that definition, they would be eligible in the same category as deed-restricted affordable housing. And so we're also looking at the fact that we have a aging housing stock. 89% of our homes were built before 1980. And so what we're trying to do is incentivize a broad array of new housing across a range of income levels. So next steps. So one of the things we're trying to do is confirm the minimum number of net new units to qualify. Currently, we've been considering about 10 new units. One lever that we can change is if a project was required to get 20 or more units before they receive the credit, they would also have to comply with the county's moderately priced dwelling unit policy, the MPDU program. And then we want to do additional analysis around the long-term revenue impact, because we do realize, since we haven't had a lot of new construction in the city, we don't have a good handle on kind of what this credit might impact might be. And we're taking our best guess in our staff report. So I'll stop there for any questions and discussion on this first credit.
Councilmember DeBala.
Yeah, a couple questions. You showed a map of the zoning. You said 80% of the are currently developed. Where's the other 20%?
Yeah,
Because I'm
so-
surprised it's that high, if you're talking about properties, parcels.
Yeah, so some of those properties are, for example, parts of parking lots. So I'll use one example, which is the 7520 Maple has a parking lot that is a separate parcel.
Okay.
And so things like that. So some of them have some use attached to them, but they might not be fully developed.
But they're not built on. Got it. What do we have now in terms, if anything, in terms of new construction credits? And I'm going to ask that question later when we get to, because right now we have pilots for, that's a different one of the four. But what do we have, if anything, now for this topic?
So in terms of new construction, the city doesn't have any current incentives
Okay.
available.
All right. And last question, you don't have require a lower, you said 20 units or more for the county. You don't have on your list a possibility of the city requiring a lower number of units. Do we not have the for the MPDU to kick in, or a higher percentage? Do we not have the legal authority for that? Or do you feel that that's not a useful approach? Am I making any sense?
So are you saying like altering the MPDU
Yeah.
policy? Yeah, so we would not have the, since it's a Montgomery County program.
It's a county level,
Yeah.
so the city doesn't have the authority to do that.
Correct.
Okay, that's a great answer. That's it for me, thank you.
Councilmember Hanzak.
Just a quick question on your slide number 9 about the proposed tax credit structure. Can you just explain why you've proposed a 10-year moving into a phased 5-year versus, let's say, speeding up that timeline to total of 10, it seems like a really long time to me when I think about the desire to reap the benefits of a new housing structure for the city's pocketbook, as well as the housing, in and of itself. Thanks.
Yeah, so when we were looking at it, one of the things we were thinking about is how builders and housing providers look at their properties that they build. So generally speaking, a builder who develops the property does not hold on to the property for the lifespan of the building. In most cases, they are looking generally around year 10 to sell that to a long-term kind of property owner. And so what we were looking for is we were trying to find that sweet spot of an incentive there, and the concern that I think staff had was we didn't want to just have it suddenly jump at year 11 when they were either trying to sell it or a new owner was coming on, and then having a lot of confusion. And so we tried to create a system where there is that benefit, and we wanted that to be reflected in the pro forma that usually looks about 10 to 15 years, but at the same time also scale back in gradually.
Can I just clarify though, you said generally 10 years is the timeline, but are you talking mostly about really large buildings? Isn't there a difference between, let's say, a medium or smaller unit redevelopment? Because you were talking here about multiple income levels of types of housing, so I presume we're talking about very different sizes of buildings. Or am I
So in this case,
misunderstanding the intention? Yeah.
We're speaking about rental properties.
Right.
And generally speaking, and there's a wide range, but
Yeah.
what we usually see is 20 units or more. Once you start to get lower, it starts to get much more tricky in terms of financing and making the cost per unit make sense with the rent you would be charging. And so, and I hate to use, I'm going to try to stay away from the term generally speaking, but what we were thinking about here are projects that are providing 50 units or more.
So, I'm sorry to keep going on this, but just because Ward 5, for example, has a bajillion 6 to 8 unit buildings that are really in dire need of investment. So can you just speak to that, please? with
Yeah,
this?
so
Thanks.
so I would say that this would not be the credit for them. The credit for them would be one coming up, which is a reinvestment credit.
No other questions, and just as a reminder, we have about 25 minutes.
All right. So
Yeah, I have questions. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Okay, go ahead, Councilmember Gibson.
Sorry, I don't know why it wasn't showing. Thank you, David. I want to go back to one sort of background issue that would apply or relates to the larger tax credit question, and that has to do with to what degree does our rent stabilization plan factor into the fact that we haven't constructed many or any new rental housing units relatively? In other words, we have a small area of the city which is compact, and that certainly is a factor. But am I wrong that the rent stabilization is perhaps the major factor for why we have not attracted more new construction?
Yeah, so I think that it's a good question. I think that the answer most lenders and most builders would say is that's the first thing that they're thinking about when they are considering, whether or not to build in the city.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, that's what I thought was the case when we had a good discussion the other day.
Yeah.
And then, so in that same vein, then, have you considered, or would you need the council to ask you to look at modifying our rent stabilization plan for new construction? I'm a little bit concerned that this particular proposal that you have just talked about now kind of puts the onus on existing residents to pay for new residents to come in, and some of those new residents would be could potentially be a lot more affluent than our current residents, and so instead of having the current residents pay for it, if we modified our rent stabilization plan, say from 5 years or to 10 or 15 years, that the rent would go up, would that not be something that would shift the burden to the new renters, new residents, rather than leaving it with current residents?
Yeah, so I'll start with kind of, I think that from our perspective, we try to look across our toolbox. I think that would be something that I know the plan does talk about in some respects, but would be something we would need to take a lot of time to study and discuss before we'd feel comfortable coming forward with kind of specific policy recommendations around that. I think that we're happy to look at all kind of potential tools on the table to encourage new housing. One thing I would point out here with this credit is the way we've set it up is that there would be no change to the existing tax paid. It would all be foregone revenue that would not exist if the project didn't happen. And then additionally, it would not change the fact that these projects would have to meet all the adequate public facilities requirements imposed during the permitting process.
Thank you so much, Devin, because I keep hearing this notion.
Can I follow up on that, Mayor?
Yeah, I do want to have a quick point, because we keep hearing residents say that they're paying this credit, and there isn't a direct cost to the city for this credit. It is a foregone increase in tax revenue that we receive because of the investment in that property. And what we're saying is we're not going to recoup that added, tax revenue because you've improved the property in order to incentivize you to invest your money into improving the property. Is that correct?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I think that the additional cost isn't. I mean, there. I guess I question whether there aren't some, if it's direct or indirect costs that are not covered. The impact fees that new developments would be charged wouldn't necessarily come back to the city. As I understand it, that they go to the county and they may be in the area, maybe not. I don't know that while stormwater fees are covered, and that's really important. The additional burden that is on recreation, on police, those additional costs by those additional residents would be borne by the current residents. So there are, whether you call it direct or indirect costs, I do think that there's an additional burden that is going to be borne by current residents.
But there's also benefit, right? So
future benefits, right?
There's future cost revenue increases that we receive based on the improved assessed value of the properties. There is the benefit of having additional housing in our city where we haven't created housing. There's a potential benefit of having more people in our community, which may incentivize additional economic development in our city. So I really want to stress that the way in which this is structured is it's being described as if it is a tax on residents. And while there may be negative externalities, there's a whole slew of positive benefits associated with creating these incentives for housing creation in the city. City Manager DeSpirito?
Yes, and in addition to what you said, a short-term benefit with a new project could also be a certain percentage of those new units, not just as it adding to the net housing supply, which we really haven't had in 40 years, you're going to have a certain percentage of those that will be more in the affordable category.
Right.
And that is net addition, affordable, for workforce housing and attainable housing.
Well,
Okay. Back to you, Devin. I want to make sure that we're able to get through your presentation.
I'll try to keep it quick. So the second credit is our missing middle housing construction credit. And so the goal of this is incentivizing this smaller scale, multi-unit homeownership opportunities. So very similar in the structure to the first credit that we just described, but this is more targeted at first-time home buyers of moderate incomes. So I really quickly want to define what we're describing as the missing middle. These are going to be typically smaller sized units, so 1,200 to 1,500 square feet on the upper end. Right now, I will note they are not allowed in the R60 zone, which is most of the city of Tacoma Park. However, there is a county project, the Attainable Housing Strategy, which is looking to introduce these types within the R60 zone. So what we're talking about are townhomes, which also sometimes known as row houses, which you can see an example of in the bottom right on Seat Court. Duplexes, which is 2 units in one structure, and we have a great example recently in the Habitat for Humanity project, which you can see in the upper left-hand corner. Triplexes and multiplexes are similar to duplexes. You can see an example in the top right. And then cottage court, which is between 5 and 20 units, depending on the size of the property, arrayed around a common area. And so you can see an example of that in the bottom right. So similar in this is that we would essentially pause the property tax at the amount before the project began. But in this case, the credit would go to the buyer of the property over those first 10 years and then phasing out through the next 5. And the reason for that is we want to specifically target in this instance low to moderate income home ownership. So we're trying to avoid any sort of scenario where we'd be incentivizing lot splits that turn into McMansions. And so one of the things that we're deciding on in the next steps is what the minimum number of units. In this case, we're saying 1 new home ownership unit created, but then also the max income for the buyer to qualify. Staff's looking at 120% AMI, and I'll explain really quickly why we're looking at the buyer's income. So the first reason is that we want to be very clear with what we're looking for, and we want to encourage the builder to think about that when they're designing their units and setting a price. And setting a price would be very tricky, partially because interest rates move around quite a bit, and if we set one maximum home value price now, we'd probably have to go back in 3 months and change it, depending on which way the interest rates go. And so by setting that kind of income level and who would be able to come in and qualify for the credit, it'll make a builder think about that a little bit more in terms of how they're targeting with their marketing and what price point they're setting for their units. So below is kind of a quick table of the various different typical cutoffs for various different incomes. So 80% is the high point for what's considered low income by the US government. The median income is 100%. 120 is kind of the upper limit of what we usually consider as moderate income. And then 150% is what sometimes gets referred to as workforce housing. On those, the numbers sometimes look a little bit shocking. To put some context to these numbers, the median home price, sale price in the city is about $800,000, which for a household making $200,000 would be a bit of a stretch. So that kind of puts some context to these numbers. So happy to take any questions at this time.
Councilmember DeBala?
Yeah, I like this in concept. I'm not sure I completely understand it. So what's the incentive to the builder to do this?
So the incentive to the builder would be they would be able to squeeze out potentially a little bit more in the price. So if they're targeting, let's say, 120% AMI, what they could say is, yeah, you might have a little bit extra on the price, but you'll get it back through that savings on the tax credit.
Oh, so that, okay, I get it now. And I thought that in R60 that some of these were allowed by, is it variance?
It's like a use permit that is,
Yeah, by use
it's not
permit, that's right.
easy to get
No, it's
to.
not easy to get. Okay.
And particularly, there's very stringent lot size requirement that in most cases, our lots wouldn't be able to accommodate.
And then, last question, are there any examples of others doing this?
Not to my knowledge.
Okay, thank you. I wish. I might understand it better.
So this is one that I understand what we're trying to do, and I appreciate that because I know that our first-time home buyer first-time home buyer program often didn't put in enough money to help someone buy a property. One of the things that I'm trying to make sure that I understand is the idea of, for the first 10 years, the property would only pay the property tax they had been paying before they built the new housing, right? So I guess what I'm trying to understand is if a home buyer, would there be tax on the property before they've purchased, right? I'm trying to make sure I understand that. So is it the assessed value of the land, builder comes in, they build townhomes, someone buys it, right? And then does it mean that the unimproved value of the property and the taxes that would be there is what ultimately the person would pay? I'm trying to, I understand conceptually how the credit works, like that makes sense to me. But with that other piece, it would seem like for the first 10 years, they're getting a 100% tax credit, and the purchaser of the townhome, making it up, low-income purchaser of the townhome, for the first 10 years, they wouldn't pay any city, they would get a credit of 100% of their tax, but it seems like there's some other tax that they're supposed to pay.
Yeah, so I think it might be helpful to walk through it, but I think you're sort of following it. Let's use an example of a single-family home is bought by a builder. They divide the property in half, and then they build two homes, attached row houses, duplex, what name you. The two buyers buy the property, and that, let's say, one is eligible, one is not. The tax winds up kind of split between the two of them, is what we see, generally speaking, in terms of there was that improved land and original tax bill, and then now it's two separate properties. And what we would go back in with the tax records is we would figure out what, before the lot was split, before these two homes were built, what was that tax bill? What was that assessed amount? And then we would look at what that new assessed value is and give them the credit for that amount.
For the difference.
Yep.
Got it. Okay. And so then, so they would get that credit for the difference. And I'm thinking about the fact that, you have low to moderate income home purchasers. They would still be eligible for things like the homestead tax credit, those kinds of things as well. Got it. Okay. Thank you. All right. Not seeing any other lights.
All right, I'll keep rolling through. Halfway done. So this is, our third is an affordable housing preservation credit. And so the goal of this is preserving our current provision of existing affordable housing. And so this would be focused on deed-restricted affordable housing, which provides specific units for, say, extremely low-income individuals, seniors, individuals with disabilities, or individuals who were previously homeless. And so this would remain in effect for as long as that was deed restricted affordable housing. So as long as they continue to remain deed restricted affordable housing, we would grant them this credit. And so the maximum credit we would award, kind of looking at kind of trying to strike that right balance between providing an incentive and also looking at budgetary constraints, was 50%. And from that, it would be based on the share of eligible units. So for example, if you're a 100-unit building and 30 of your units are deed restricted, so in their covenants of affordability, it states that these are the units that meet that criteria that we can verify through a review of that, you would get a 30% credit, a third of those units, essentially, a little under a third. The cap would be 50%. So if you were a 100% senior building, you would get a 50% tax break on your bill. The way we can do this is annually, buildings are required to submit compliance reports if they are exempt from rent stabilization. And so we would use a similar process to just verify that they're still eligible for the tax credit. So the next steps on this is, and as noted by some of the public comment, is the amount of the annual subsidy. So we know, generally speaking, the number of affordable housing buildings, and we did a review of their current affordable covenants that we could find on Maryland land records. And so depending on the amount of subsidy and that we want to provide, different units would qualify. So if we were looking at 30% AMI, so these are the extremely low income units, along with units for seniors, transitional housing, and individuals with disabilities, we would be looking at an annual cost of about $100,000 a year in revenue. Now, I will note that currently we have 7 buildings with existing pilots on them, and those are about $60,000 a year already. So this would be an increased tax loss of about $40,000. The more generous we get, looking at 50 or 60% AMI, we would be increasing that number. So if we went up to 50% AMI, more buildings would be eligible for that tax credit, and that estimated annual cost would increase by roughly $35,000. And if we went up to 60% AMI, which would cover most deed-restricted affordable units that exist within the city, we would be, the annual tax loss would be $250,000. So I'll stop there. I know that that's a lot, and happy to answer any questions.
Councilmember DeBala?
Thank you. I'll try to be brief. So table 4, this is the number of buildings in the city. The total number of buildings in the city with subsidized units, with deed-restricted units is 21.
Yes.
So it's not 10 plus 17 plus 21.
Correct.
It's 10, then it becomes bigger, then it becomes, okay, thank you. And you said 7 buildings have pilots, and the rest
Currently.
do not?
Correct.
Have the others expired?
Some have expired, and
'Cause I thought, somehow I thought it was more than that.
Some have expired, and then some have never asked us for a pilot.
Okay, and you say that that's about $70,000 now, a year, give or take?
60.
60, you said
Yeah, yeah.
60. Okay. And so what we have now is only if somebody asked.
Correct, yeah, our
So uneven, not available to everybody. Okay, and then this, whether we like this or not, something that is available to all the buildings, everybody's eligible, rather than this spot check thing that we have now.
Correct.
Okay. Got it. So how does this incentivize going above and beyond? What's the difference between this, so what do they do with the extra money if it's not, if it's not a rehab grant? If it's not a tax credit to improve the quality of the buildings, which is number 4, what is the reason here? What is the need?
Yeah, and so this is why we specifically called out specific types of units in this, is the idea that we can craft based on kind of what deed restricted units. Now, there are certain, obviously federal programs that provide different types of units, so we're trying to line those up with what federally is available at a state level as well. But the idea would be is that if we wanted to see like senior housing, for example, that would be put in this so that we would know, hey, this is, senior units would be eligible. I will say, affordable housing is by definition below market rate and not profitable from the perspective that it needs to receive government subsidy. But the idea would be is that we would be encouraging buildings to maybe consider, hey, I'm going to potentially get, a little bit more if I have a couple of extra 30% AMI units, rather than, mostly 50 or 60% AMI units, which is typical in a normal affordable housing project.
And then my last question, the Montgomery Housing Partnership person who was here earlier spoke to the new county rules. Is that a reason why we want to do this? Could you tell us what is going on with the county and whether that is something then that we need to match, which I think was what he was trying to say.
Yeah, so what I'll say is that the county, I don't believe it's new. I believe it's been in effect for some time, has had a 100% pilot for any deed restricted affordable housing complex. We are, to be kind of honest, trying to find that sweet spot. We have a lot of affordable housing in the city. The county does not relative to the county. And so we understand that these buildings do provide deed restricted, guaranteed affordable housing. But because we have been very successful with rent stabilization, most of our housing, even the market rate housing, is affordable. We know that this was a request and something that came up, and there was a desire to address requests like this. And this is staff's attempt to provide some sort of criteria while also being responsive to the budget constraints we have as a city and the fact that we have, frankly, a very different housing market from the county.
And one of the things that would be helpful, so for this credit, is this the credit that would help a little bit more? No, this is the reinvestment one, and I guess this is just really strictly about preservation. So in theory, as long as they maintain their deed restricted and they maintain a certain number of affordable units within the thresholds that we've defined, then they're just basically guaranteed a pilot by right.
Correct.
And it would be for no expiration.
Correct. As long as they were maintaining that deed restriction and providing that affordability under federal contracts, local contract, they would get that tax credit.
Okay. No, that makes sense to me, and I think sorry, we've, I'm gonna give us another 15 minutes. But I think that the 30% for me makes sense, because if the 30%, and if I'm reading this table correctly, which I may be wrong, but the number of buildings that we're talking about in terms of the cost and the number versus the number of buildings that we already have that fall within this category, it allows for us to meet the needs with a little bit of growth and still anticipate what the annual cost would be that's within the frame that makes sense for us. I do agree that it makes sense for us to also incentivize other types of housing creation. So this meets the need that we have for a number of our deed restricted properties without sacrificing some flexibility that we'll need in the future for other types of housing that needs to be created. So thank you for that.
All right, final credit. So I'll make this one very quick, which is the housing reinvestment credit. So this one is to encourage proactive investment and upgrades in our multifamily buildings. So looking not just at our affordable properties, but all of our multifamily properties across the city, and how can we, beyond just our multifamily building improvement grant program, which does provide grants but only hits maybe a handful of buildings every single year, maybe look at expanding that a little bit. So this would be because we have about 300 multifamily rental buildings in the city, would be a competitive credit, simply because we don't have a great way, we just simply don't have the money to do every single building all at once. And so we put together a list of kind of initial qualifying criteria, so threshold requirements, which includes the project needs to be what's defined by HUD as a substantial rehabilitation. So that's a project cost that works out to about $6,500 per unit or more. And then we would also want them to certify as part of receiving the credit that they will not displace any residents. We want the existing residents to benefit from the rehabilitation, whether that's they're able to work around the residents' schedules and kind of be in there maybe during the day and then, patch it up so that at night the resident can come back, or put the resident up in a hotel for a few days while they, gut and do it. We would also then have some kind of competitive criteria, which would be looking at the affordability level of the units, what the proposed scope was, and then, to put it frank, how good of a landlord have you been in the past, the recent past? So if you have lots of citations, you probably, what we would think is probably we wouldn't want to award you this credit. So we spent a lot of time playing with numbers, trying to figure out kind of what's the right balance, how do we provide a bit of a subsidy without going completely overboard, and also something that is simple to run. And so we looked at 50% of the tax bill over 10 years as kind of that sweet spot. And the table below outlines a few different examples of what building sizes are and kind of what are some general minimum project costs they would need to provide, what that annual cost would look like, assuming that they would have to take out a loan for a good chunk of the money, and then what the credit amount might be based on kind of some average assessment values. So generally speaking, we'd probably wind up subsidizing about a third of the cost. And the idea is that the credit would last for 10 years so that we could roll other buildings into the credit program over time. We did run into an issue with our large tower buildings, so those are 100 units or more. It's a small number. It's fewer than 10. But because they have such wide variety, varied assessment values, and because those assessment values still are pretty high relative to everything else, we would take those as a case-by-case basis and bring those to council for approval. Those also would have much more complex renovations, looking at giant, HVAC, water heater systems, and so just including them would be very difficult. So the first thing that we're trying to figure out is what the annual subsidy would be. So this is a case in which we can set up front what our maximum annual tax loss would be, because we are essentially providing what is a grant of sorts through our tax revenue and foregoing that tax revenue. So Currently, we're proposing the cheapest option that we put together, which is $50,000 a year. And with that, looking across kind of what buildings we have, we could do 2 small scale units every other year, a medium-sized building, so 20 units or less every 5 years, and one of our larger buildings, so 20 units or more every 10 years. The more generous we get, the more buildings we can reach.
Is that an and or an or?
That's an and. So if you look across the options, those would be the like ands. So we would do 2 every other year and 1 every 5 years, and we can also decide if we want to pair this with the Affordable Housing Preservation Credit. So for example, if we get a building that competitively is doing a lot of upgrades and also happens to be a senior building, could they bring their 50% senior building credit and this credit together to get 100% of their tax bill forgiven? We think that might be worthwhile in some cases. And then we also have to sit down and really work out the application criteria and scoring and all that. So I'll pause there.
Councilmember Gibson?
Thank you. I guess but for both this proposal as well as the earlier one, the question of just how do you determine the need for this kind of subsidies? In other words, what is the level of need to fit into this proposal? The need, as opposed to all the other needs and different things that we would want to do in the city, what is the need for this particular credit structure? Could you explain how you determine the need for this, I guess?
Yeah, so I think there's a few data points and then also anecdotal evidence as well. So I'll start with some of the data points. One of the kind of amazing sources of data that we have that I think few other cities have is we have a pretty clear picture of what the revenues are of all of our rent stabilized buildings because they submit annual rent reports. And so a quick back of the napkin calculation looking across that and analysis is that nearly a quarter of our rent stabilized buildings, and this is looking really at our small scale, so around 6 units, would struggle to break even with a debt, like a mortgage of around $2,500. And this is because they would have their revenues are so low and they have what you would consider mandatory building maintenance costs. So that's like roofs, HVAC systems, water heaters that have to be replaced on a fairly regular schedule. The other piece of it is, code enforcement. So we have a number we've dealt with this year in client intake, nearly 700 residents in fiscal year 2024, and a number of them, and I can work to get the actual number, are maintenance related. And then anecdotally, I know that my staff and I, not a day goes by that we don't hear a resident calling in to state that their living conditions could be improved. And particularly, I know that landlords have also expressed that to my staff and I as well.
All right, that's helpful. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Gibson. So this is one where I don't know if it's just the hour or my ability to do the mental gymnastics to understand what we have going on here. So bear with me for 1 second as I'm trying to walk through. Can you go back a slide? Okay. So it says that the credit would be 50% of the tax bill, right? But it appears that based on the table, that the credit amount is 50% of the annual cost of is that of the project or of the tax?
So yeah, so that's a good question, and that's probably on me with the table. So the annual cost is what the annual cost of the project would be based on if the property owner took out a loan, which is very likely considering the amounts involved. The 50% credit amount is based on the average assessments for these types of buildings, what 50% of the tax bill would be.
Okay.
So the tax bill, for example, for 6 units would be a little over $4,000, whereas the annual cost would be somewhere around $5,600.
Okay. And so when we're talking about on the next slide, in terms of the 50, proposing annual subsidy of $50,000, is that like the cap in terms of the tax credit that someone could get for these projects?
So that would be the total amount. Think of it as like allocating towards a program. Every year we'd have $50,000 set aside to pay for these tax credits.
Okay, so in this case, right, because I was just going in on like, no, it's not going to cost taxpayers. But in this case, it actually does, right? Because we have to budget $50,000 in order to allow for, and we're calling it a tax credit, but it's not really. If it's a grant, like we're giving them money, because a tax credit would be, I'm giving you a break on your tax bill and I'm foregoing those revenues. But if I have to budget, like, are we budgeting the loss of the taxes in this instance, which is different from the increase in the assessed value in the others? I'm just trying to make sure I got this
I've been
straight.
thinking about this all day, so I have the perfect answer for you.
Okay.
You currently put in the budget a dollar amount as a placeholder for the homeowner property tax credit, like amount that the city provides as well, right? So think about this somewhat similarly, right? We would put in that amount of foregone revenue every year, whatever the amount we decide is here. And some of that every year would be already encumbered by folks who had qualified in previous years. Some of that would be newly available money for us to add additional properties into this. So yes, it's like a grant in some ways, but instead of paying that $50K up front, we're basically saying, hey, over 10 years, you don't have to pay us $50K in tax revenue, right? Over all the projects.
Over all the projects. And so, yeah, this one I'm going to have to just make sure that I'm rested. I get number 3, but this one I'm like, wait a minute now, because we're determining their credit amount based on their tax bill, but we're actually giving them no. We're not giving them the money that we've budgeted.
Correct. Right. We're just saying, essentially take it out of your tax bill. We won't collect, half of that.
And so the only thing that we have to budget for is that loss.
Correct.
And why wouldn't we budget for that loss for some of the other credits?
So I think we would want to budget that loss for example, the affordable housing preservation. I think I'll be honest, I will look into that with the finance team to make sure that we understand. I think the difference between the first two and the other two is that the last two, the affordable housing preservation and the housing reinvestment, so tax credits 3 and 4, would be a loss of existing revenue. Whereas for the first two, we would simply be putting
foregoing
a pause.
future revenue.
Correct.
Got it. Okay. Thank you, that's really helpful. All right. And for the prior one, we would be losing revenue because, well, maybe not with the prior one, because you have some of those
Correct.
buildings that are already on pilots.
Correct.
Got it.
Yeah, so we would be sunsetting those pilots, and as those pilots sunsetted, they could then take advantage of this tax credit.
Right, okay. That would be helpful. I think when we do, when this comes back, making sure that the impact to the budget for this is clear, because depending on which scenario, one has not a real impact on the budget, and then others have a slightly different impact on the budget, but it's in a way that maybe people may not immediately understand.
Yeah, and so I think what we would be looking for example, as guidance on this is how much do we want to put towards this sort of tax credit?
Right. Okay, that's helpful.
And I will also note that myself and Director Cowler are happy to set up briefings to go over this. I know we've spent the past 4 or 5 months after our February session spending our time like in this, writing this up, getting this proposal together, and this is the first time you guys are seeing it. So,
Councilmember Gibson, can you hold your question until they get through the slides, because we've already gone over time twice?
Sure.
Okay, thank you.
I think this is really our final slide, which is essentially these next steps. I'll note here are based on the assumption that we would want to offer this credit for the next fiscal year, and the idea that we would want to put that into the budget and have everything prepared so that they could realize that on their tax bill in FY 2026. So what I would say is this schedule is the schedule that we would need to hit in terms of making sure that we could make this available next fiscal year. If we wanted to delay that, obviously this schedule could change. So, and I think that's everything, so I'm completely done.
Excellent. All right, Councilmember Gibson, I'm sorry I had to put you on pause, but go ahead and ask your question.
Yeah, I was actually getting asking about the next steps and make a comment on those next steps. I guess, yeah, there's a lot of questions and a lot of good information here. I'm not one that, well, I guess my question is, why so fast? Why do we, what's the urgency to get this for the next budget season or budget process? And I also, as I mentioned in my original council comments, believe that in addition to the kinds of meetings that are planned with, or not hearings, but sessions with council members, this as well as the larger housing discussions needs to go public. So I will be looking for or talking with folks about how to do that. I think that this, there's certainly a lot of exciting opportunities here, and the kinds of both the fiscal impacts as well as the sort of ethical choices that need to be made need to be brought to the public in a very robust way.
Thank you, Councilmember Gibson. Councilmember DeBaller?
Yeah, on next steps, I would be interested in staff suggestions about how to get public input beyond just showing up in October with a draft ordinance and analysis. On the analysis, I think it's been said already, but I'm also interested in seeing some more on the fiscal, but also any examples of how it might work. You had a couple, like, and if it was this building, it would look like this, and it would, right? That would be helpful, or examples from other communities. The urgency, just for me, I mean, I think we do want to do, if we're going to do this, we want to do at least some of it in this next budget year. However, I do wonder if we need to do all 4 of them at once, and I would seek, not right this minute, but I would seek your counsel on that, whether they fit as a package or whether there are some that might move forward sooner than others. Just a question I have. And how they, in the analysis, how they interact with some of the things we have now, particularly for the preservation and the
Stability.
rehabilitation. Right. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember DeBala. Well, I do want to
And thank you.
thank you all for this presentation. I know that the question around urgency has been brought up, and I want to remind my colleagues that fixing our issue of pilots was in our Housing and Economic Development Strategic Plan. When was that published?
2019.
2019. Aspects of housing credits and pilots was also included as part of our council priorities. I know because I put it there. Because a number of our housing developers, our housing partners that are here right today have really been asking for us to clarify this and make it more straightforward, because it takes time for them to get the financing that they need for projects. And it's very helpful for them to know what to expect in terms of the city's support and consistently be able to understand what to expect from the city in terms of its support when it comes to obtaining funding that they need to do renovations or to build new housing in our city. So I think that we should not continue to kick the can on having these conversations that have been percolating since 2019, and that now is a time with this council for us to start really making some moves to really put our policies where our mouths are in terms of moving forward with incentivizing housing creation, which we desperately value, right? So I agree that I really want to see more of a breakdown, and definitely would be beneficial to have conversations or figure out some way to do a workshop with residents just so that they understand. But I don't think that we need to slow this down. I think that this is something that we need to figure out how to work into our upcoming budget if we can. All right, not seeing any more lights. I want to thank you all for staying up late with us, and move to adjourn. Thank you all so much.